Dear participants, welcome to the conference on enlargement of the EU. I will give the floor to Mr. Zlatev, head of the European Commission representation in Croatia. Thank you. Good morning, good day. Dear guests, dear friends here in Zagreb, dear friends in Brussels, I welcome you on behalf of the European Commission and thank you for coming here today on this conference with the topic Dialogue on Enlargement of the EU. I would like to especially greet distinguished guests, Mr. Oliver Varhey, European Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement. He will be joining us via online link. Our other participants and guests, Mrs. Andrea Metelko-Zgombic, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Mrs. Teresia Graz, from the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Domagoj Hadukovic from Croatian Parliament, Mr. Robert Klinki, Ambassador from Republic of Germany, and from the Internal Affairs European Commission's department, and also guests, other guests who are with us today. I wish them a good conference. As you've heard from President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, when she addressed the European Parliament on her annual State of the Union speech, she said that Western Balkans are part of Europe and not just a stopover on the Silk Road. We share the same history and the same fate. 6 months ago, EU decided to start accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, a historical decision. At the time of global challenges, it is important to invest in geopolitical and stable and united Europe. This is in the interest of the EU and also in the interest of Western Balkan countries. European perspectives in the Western Balkans has helped start different initiatives here in Western Balkans. It is an initiative for democracy, rule of law, and respect of fundamental rights, which are the basis of European integrations. We are here today in order to contribute to this goal and through dialogue to speak plainly about the complex process of negotiations and entering the EU. We will also be discussing a major topic, migrations. As you know, European Commission last week presented a new migration pact, and it is my pleasure that at today's panel we have somebody who will explain to us all the elements of this new migration package. Besides our guest journalists, during the Zagreb summit, we were planning on having also this conference regarding our journalists, but due to COVID-19 situation, unfortunately, this was cancelled. It was cancelled. So I would like to say once again thank you for all of you who decided to join us, and I do hope that we will also have active participants from our guests. Thank you. Although this pandemic became main topic, putting aside many other important topics, we are still discussing the other important topics regarding entering the EU. Our first guest, Oliver Varhey, who is the European Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement. Then we will be discussing this topic with Andrea Metelko-Zgombic from Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Matteo Bonomi via online link from the Institute of International Affairs, and we will also be talking with Željko Trkanec, Euroactive news portal. So some of the guests are here, some will be joining us via online link. If it's possible, Let us connect with Mr. Oliver Vaiheli.
Lady.
Noise. Noise.
Hello, Mr. Varheli. We are ready to hear messages from the EU regarding the enlargement of the EU. We are having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I
I
can see
hope
that.
we will establish connection. And as soon as we establish the connections, we will also get audio, but we will continue our talk. Although the pandemic put aside other important topics, discussion is still ongoing in countries that wish to join the EU. Mrs. Zgombic, I'm really happy to be here today with you and to discuss about the enlargement policy. This is one of the most successful EU politics, and Croatia, during our presidency of the EU Council, we managed to put the focus on this topic despite the pandemic. We managed to provide new wind to the sails. And we can see that some new steps were made in the right direction after many years of no action at all. We are now at a political level where we can open negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania. And now the next step is forming the negotiation framework, opening negotiations. And we expect that all this will start in this year. We can discuss the details, but during our presidency, as I've said, we wanted to show some progress. And also during our presidency, Montenegro opened the last negotiation chapter, so we can be satisfied with all the progress we've made with countries from the Southeastern Europe, or as we call them, Western Balkan countries. We also include Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. In this group, we are monitoring dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. We are trying to pass the message to all the heads of the state of these countries. We are trying to give them a new political chance and to strengthen this negotiation process. We want to see new reforms, new progress, and we want to steer them towards Europe. And although we couldn't have meetings and the summit due to the COVID-19 pandemics, we've still managed to produce new documents where we lay down the plans. Okay. All these countries that you mentioned, we could have panel discussions on all of them, but what are the challenges for these countries? This is a two-way street. These countries also have their expectations. I think we have to change the stories. Western Balkans, it is a geographical term, but it is not a single term, unique term. We have a situation, for example, that Kosovo is not recognized by 5 EU member states, for example. We also have Montenegro, who is experiencing new challenges. Serbia, which stopped being a democratic country in many different ways. So my view of this story, EU must become more decisive towards these countries. I like the decisions from the Zagreb Declaration. I think that also the methodology that was adopted in February for North Macedonia and Albania, we should also use this methodology for other countries. We finally got Mr. Varhelyi, European Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement. We managed to connect with him via online link, so we are ready to hear his thoughts on this topic.
I dalje se ne čuje.
We still can't hear them, so Mr. Takanis, you can continue with your. So this is the problem.
No, I am.
This
Can you
two-way
hear me?
dialogue is a problem because we don't have a two-way dialogue. European Union, we are preparing a new package of financial assistance. It should be adopted next week, but we forget that until now, EU has already invested 10 billion euros into this region, and and these countries are not acknowledging it at all. They only mention it when they want to. Or they only mention a model, oh, we have to do this and that because the European Union is expecting it from us. So EU has to change its approach, and this is why I like the new methodology adopted in February, where they defined what needs to be done first, what's important, and something that was missing before: conditionality of all the steps leading towards the EU. Despite nice words, we now know that this new enlargement will take at least 10 years. So when Serbia says we have 5 chapters open, but we couldn't open them really because European Commission was not ready. But you can't say that. Commission did not respond, but Commission needs to respond to such statements because we have a Commissioner for Enlargement. The problem was that all the chapters were not ready, and especially regarding chapter 24, Justice, Freedom and Security. This was where Serbia was lagging behind. Okay, I think we've managed to connect finally with Mr. Varhelyi. Or not, it seems that we are still... Hello?
Hello, dobar dan Zagreb. Can you hear me?
Mi vas odlično čujemo sada. Dobro.
We can hear you very well. Welcome to the panel discussion.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you also for sticking to your plans to have this event, even if it is through video. It is still very important that we can have this discussion with you. Now, as you know, the Western Balkans are a priority for the EU, and not only for the EU, but most importantly, this Commission. This Commission has stopped already the work from its first day in the office to bring back a real European perspective for the entire region. We are convinced that the future of the whole region lies within the European Union, and therefore it is our strategic interest to bring it closer to the EU. With this in mind, the Commission is working on 3 main tracks for the Western Balkans this year: to reinvigorate the enlargement process, to open negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, and to speed up the economic convergence of the region with the EU. On the first objective, we have already taken a number of steps. We presented a revised enlargement methodology, which has been endorsed by the President. This aims to make negotiation more credible, more predictable, and more dynamic, and guided by a political leader. This proposal allowed us to move on to the second objective, to overcome the deadlock in the Council on opening accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia. The Commission has already proposed negotiation framework for Albania and North Macedonia, which are now being discussed in the Council. After Member States agree on the frameworks, the first intergovernmental conferences with both countries will be convened for officially begin the negotiations. As regards economic convergence, the pandemic makes it even more challenging. We have therefore been putting our effort first into providing emergency assistance, second into helping the economic recovery of the region. This first wave of support from the EU to the Western Balkans went towards emergency medical assistance and launching a financial package of 3.3 billion euros to help the region to overcome the direct consequences of the pandemic. Going forward, our focus on supporting the longer-term socio-economic recovery and its economic convergence with the Western Balkans needs strategic and targeted investment in areas that will enable them to develop their economies in a sustainable way and increase their convergence with the EU in the coming years. This is why we are preparing an economic and an investment plan to be adopted next Tuesday, the third key track of our report. There will be a very strong focus on connectivity within the region and with the EU. Anyone traveling to or in the region knows how difficult it is to do that, even in times not marked by the pandemic. Our plan will aim to strengthen trans-European transport and energy mix and upgrade infrastructure crucial for economic development. We will address the challenges of both the green and the digital transition. And to underpin the economic development, we will also support education, health, and social protection will play an important role. All Western Balkan Prime Ministers have shared their vision, joint projects, and dynamic medium-term stability. The priority will be to identify flagship regional connectivity, regional convergence, so that the EU can be completed or essentially done by 2024. The economic and investment plan aims to bring the region closer to the EU and foster regional cooperation to create much-needed jobs to the benefit of businesses and citizens alike. In this regard, we have seen the region take decisive steps in the midst of the pandemic, with the successful establishment of free lanes within the region, which saw inclusive regional cooperation that it tests. This success should inspire further regional economic integration. For the past 6 months, the government of the region, together with the secretaries of the Regional Cooperation Council, NEFTA, and with the support of the Commission, have been engaged in developing a new vision for the regional economic area in view of the Sofia summit that will take place in November. This is critical work to increase effectiveness and competitiveness for the region. Regional economic integration is not a detour on the European path, but a tool to enhance growth, to overcome the COVID economic crisis, to modernize economies and societies in line with the EU priorities and bring them closer to the EU internal market. It is an integral part of the region's EU accession process. Boosting investment and economic growth in the Western Balkans will only be possible the Western Balkans firmly commit and implement the fundamental reforms based on European values, whether structural economic reforms, strengthening the rule of law, or improving public administration. These reforms are essential for an environment favorable to entrepreneurship, jobs, and growth. In this regard, the 2020 enlargement package, which we also aim to publish next week, same time, together with the Economic Investment Plan, will provide a detailed overview of the state of play of fundamental reforms and should give guidance on these reform priorities, which remain at the heart of the EU. These fundamentals remain essential not only to make a structure of the Economic Investment Plan, but also to move forward the EU path and to remain credible on that path. As every year, the package will consist of communication and 10 individual country reports. The package will assess the implementation of EU enlargement policy, will take stock of where the countries stand in implementing key political and economic reforms, and will make very clear recommendations for each and every single one of the countries for the period ahead. To conclude, for me, the COVID-19 pandemic confirmed very clearly the need for European and international. The EU's closest neighbor rightly play a very special role. We have demonstrated since the beginning. And given the European perspective of the Union, we have reached an unprecedented level of cooperation and previously involved in joint work with the member states. We need to build on this to help our economies recover faster and make our societies more resilient, which will in turn enable us better face future challenges together. Thank you.
Hvala gospodinu Varheliju na...
Thank you, Mr. Varhali, for the introduction. You have opened a number of issues, and we will talk about them in more detail a bit later on. And we will try to reach our participant, Matteo Bonomi, from Istituto Affari Internazionali from Rome. Hello, Mr. Matteo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning.
Evo prvi
I'm
komentar.
delighted to be here.
Spomenu...
Good morning. So first comment, we've heard COVID-19 being mentioned as one of the situations that the whole EU and Western Balkan countries have found themselves ill. How can the pandemics can be something that brings us together, or how can pandemics become a problem, or where our opinions diverge?
I think COVID crisis has strengthened the need for common agenda, not only within the EU, but also between the EU and the Western Balkans. I think this is true even more than before, and at least for three substantial reasons. First, there is the need to find common responses to the economic crisis, so include the Western Balkans into recovery plans, Green Deal, energy transition, transport, and so on. I think today is unthinkable for the Western Balkans to act, as it is for a EU member state, to act alone and successfully in all this field. Secondly, the challenge within the EU and the Western Balkans overlap regarding European democratic value. Certainly, national responses to pandemic have put into even a stark light the path of some Western Balkan countries towards authoritarianism. However, these events interlink intimately with the fight for the defense of democratic value and rule of law within the EU. And democratic value as the DNA of EU integration process. Thirdly, and lastly, engaging with the Balkans correspond to the fundamental need of reaffirming European cohesion and unity in front of external actors and within a more and more challenging global environment. Still, what is peculiar of the Western Balkans is that due to the lack of membership, their participation into common EU responses is not automatic. This coordinated action should always come after a specific political engagement and as an appendix of EU responses, as it was very well illustrated by hesitation at the beginning of the pandemics.
Povjerenik za proširenje je da treba učiniti
So, all this story, Mrs. Metelko-Zgomic, how can we make this story a more active? As we mentioned, we now have this different change methodology of negotiations, and we need to make this whole process more visible on a political level. So all the heads of the state countries included in this process, they need to be aware of it, and they need to be made aware of importance of introducing reforms, democratic processes. So once a year, heads of the EU member states need to meet with the heads of states or countries included in this process. They need to have a direct contact. This procedure was politicized a little bit in order to gain importance. So the decision on open negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania, we've also tried to include other countries which are on the similar path. So we want to include them in this new modified procedure, especially when talking about Serbia. We've gotten some positive feedback, because and this is good, because we are all aware that negotiation process has slowed down significantly. There is a huge concentration on what needs to be done. So we need to have a more open, strong or strengthened dialogue, which will give us a new impetus. It's nice to hear this diplomatic response, and it's up to me as a journalist to decode this response. We had a situation 3 or 4 weeks ago when European Council adopted a decision regarding Belarus. We all know this decision. It was published. Belarus did not manage to elect a new president. And then we had a tweet in Belgrade media saying that Serbia has supported the decision of the European Council. This tweet appeared because it was tweeted by the representative of the European Commission in Belgrade, considering the fact that government of Serbia did not publish their decision to support the decision of the European Council. This is a model that needs to be used. And after this, Prime Minister of Serbia started apologizing to Lukashenko in order to reassure the public that they still have good relations with Lukashenko. But Serbia supported EU in spite of Russia. This is a very important moment. This is the model that needs to be used and to work. Until now, European Union used only soft power, but this is a new soft power, new approach. And European Union needs to start acting by using smart power, which we've already seen in this tweet. So this is a wise power, and also use sharp power, combination of soft power and hard power, and needs to present this information to the public of these countries. So the problem is Edi Rama, who does not allow for democratization of Albania. We've had Milo Djukanovic, who was up until now problem for Montenegro. We will see now how the new situation will develop. He organized elections, which were elections for his party, actually. In Kosovo, problem is the head of the leaders of the state, because we now see that one of the leaders will have to face court, international court. We have similar problems in North Macedonia. Yesterday, we had representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina in a meeting. What did they say? They say we will get the candidacy next year. But representatives from the EU said, but no, you still haven't answered to all the open questions that we've asked. So we needed to hear immediately from the representative of the European Commission in Sarajevo. He needed to say, no, we will not open anything until you solve your problems. So this is the way. Yes, money, yes, coordination, yes, cooperation, yes, but also smart and sharp power. Mr. Bonini, what do you say? If you're still here.
Sorry, I hear you really bad. What have you asked me?
I'm about to ask you. So, what colleague Trkaniec said is the question of trust of the countries of the Western Europe towards the EU, but also of the trust that the EU has regarding what the Western Balkan countries are doing. How to bridge this mistrust?
Thank you. Yeah, I hear you. I think first of all, I think we should start to stop to speak about European perspective for the Western Balkans. After 20 years, I think we should abandon this terribly compromised phrase offering European perspective to Southeast Europe, that since they are already in Europe, and instead we should start speaking a language of truth. And we should say, I believe, that first of all, that pre-accession countries in the Balkans are already part of the European bloc, but look at the economics of the region, of the Western Balkans, and we can see how they are very much already part of the European club. They have two-thirds of their trade with the EU within an almost completely liberalized trade regime. They have almost 90% of their banking system foreign-owned, mainly by bank. And then they have a fixed exchange rate regime or semi-fixed, linking their currency to the euro or adopting the euro as their national currency. Still, this close economic ties has not helped economic modernization to take hold or Western Balkan capacity to develop. On the contrary, especially since the economic crisis of 2008, the gap has been widening with some countries. And so these countries have become increasingly integrated in EU, but as its soft belly. So what is at stake here, I think we should really say the truth about the intensity of this relation, and what is at stake is not its intensity, but the quality of it. Whether we are able or not to transform these functional links into functional ones for the sake of both the EU and the Western Balkan citizens.
So the issue of capacity, Mr. Molinis opened this issue. So to meet the expectations of the EU, of the Western Balkans and vice versa. And of course, the politics of the EU is often promising things to the Western Balkans. And at some point, the countries either get tired of these promises, or maybe they find some other partners with whom they can establish quicker relations. Therefore, yes, it's important to confirm ourselves and to be aware that it's in the strategic interest of the EU and all the member countries and Croatia as a neighboring country of this entire area, as well as of these countries, to continue or to follow this EU path and to access the EU once the conditions are met. I wouldn't say that it's outdated to talk about the European perspective of these countries, because this notion does imply that they are part of Europe, but we are talking about their path of accession to the EU. What you said, this is taking a long time. Croatia has opened within 6 years with all the difficulties that we had on our accession path. So within these 6 years, we opened the negotiation and we closed the negotiations and we accessed the EU. We can see that Montenegro in 2012 opened the negotiations and Serbia in 2014. And for them, this path will take a longer time because for them, it needs to be reaffirmed that at the end of this path, they will become part of the EU and that the reforms will be implemented. I would agree with Mr. Bonini, because in the year 2000, we mentioned the European perspective on the summit in Zagreb, but in 2003, in Thessaloniki, we adopted the declaration on the perspective of the Western Balkans. So we have to stop talking about European perspective, and what the Commissioner von der Leyen also said very clearly, it's not the question of perspective, it's the question that whether they're a member of Europe or part of Europe, not part of one path or one belt, which is a good message to Montenegro, which is now more indebted to China because of the roads and so on. But it's the issue of the interest of the countries of the Western Balkan to accept European values. We have two countries now that under Article 7, Hungary and Poland, that have been criticized very harshly in the recent report. And Europe cannot afford of accepting countries that have a deficit of rule of law. Until this issue of rule of law is not solved, they cannot access the EU. They have to be able to say no, not to Vucic, but to people in North Macedonia, Albania, and Bosnia. They have to be aware of that. The rule of law brings positive elements for them. And if the leadership of the country does not support the rule of law, it needs to be changed. Our guests are open to answering your questions. You can join us on the link that we provided in the materials. But of course, all of you here in the room with us, you can prepare your own questions. But now we want to talk about the single policy of EU towards enlargement. And we witnessed this. And we can see the percentages are oscillating and that the leaders of the EU do admit that they didn't do enough on the recognition of the needs of the enlargement. And their public is not sensibilized to this issue. And there are some strong political powers that are against any enlargement. We listened about we have 2 gears and then we could also have 4 or 5 if the enlargement happens. Have things changed in this respect? So the percentages have changed, but the problems do exist. Croatian presidency should state that it has helped in this respect. There's still Netherlands that said that the negotiations with Albania cannot be opened as long as they have problems with migrants from Albania and with the issues of their organized crime and so on. It's completely understandable, and Macron was clear about this. There's no enlargement until we stabilize ourselves. We first have to solve the issue of Schengen and also agreements. We have to define the banking union and Eurozone and so on. So European Union has to define its own problems and solve them. It's clear that Germany is not really inclined towards opening to these Western countries because they don't want people from Western Balkans coming work in their country. That's understandable. There's a factual state that says at this moment we are not ready to admit somebody new. Plus, after the 21st of December, Brexit will happen and it will be very messy, especially in some aspects. And we will have to deal with it for the next year or two. And I think the member countries have a good attitude towards this at this moment. So the Council shows that each member country has its own vision regarding enlargement. Thank you, Mr. Trkanec, for confirming the value of Croatian presidency, because we included this on the agenda, and it's clear that it will take years and years for these countries to access the EU, but now we have this newly defined methodology that will help this process. Collaboration and this crisis caused by COVID show that we truly do need to collaborate, that we depend on each other, and the stability and security of our part of Europe also means the security and safety of the EU. Migrations just confirm how important it is to collaborate with these countries as well, with Turkey as well as with the other countries in the Mediterranean where the migrants come through. We need collaboration. Of course, we are not talking about the accession within the year or two, but what is extremely important is to define this process, to give it a good foundation, and focus the leaders of these countries on important things. And I agree that it's very important to speak to citizens of these countries, and I think that this new methodology will bring this. Mr. Trkanec was more plain about this or more direct, but this is what we are talking about, actually. Democratization, freedom of the media, rule of law are what makes the foundations of each society and progress. And together we need to help the countries on the east of Europe to follow this path.
Bonini, question for you. How to convince the public of some EU member states who are quite skeptical regarding EU enlargement? If you can't hear us, we've had a question in the meantime.
I mean, I think the key is really to change the narrative. Until we speak about European perspective, and we should really speak the language of truth. I think if we want to convince them, and of course, and so explain how the nature of this relationship with the Western Balkans, and that, as I was saying before. And then, of course, I think another fundamental issue is, of course, to include, to explain to the public how the membership of the Western Balkans is part of the process of EU consolidation. I think in this case, the usual contraposition between deepening and widening of the union is a little bit misplaced. And of course, and we can see this, I think, especially if we reflect on today's rule of law battle within the union. There are really the external aspect and the internal are very, very overlapping. And of course, the credibility of the reform that we ask to the Western Balkans depends on our ability to define a common approach between the member states on the rule of law, mainly. And of course, on this depends also the credibility of the prospect of membership, since the Council decide by unanimity.
Tu se otvara još jedno pitanje.
Here we have another question. How to reduce European skepticism in Western Balkan countries? We need to show them how much money they got from EU. Follow the money, as we've heard in Watergate. When you show them how much, for example, a year ago, in one Belgrade newspaper, they published a final number on how many investments from the EU came, how much from Russia, and how much from other countries, and how much from China. China was number 14 on this list, although they talked about China being their biggest ally. So it seems that, for example, planes that Serbia got from Russia, they don't really exist. But on the other hand, their leaders always say that Russia is a big friend of Serbia. So it's quite simple to each of these countries organize such conferences, tell people, look, we've given you this amount of money. In Serbia's case, our representative there said to Vučić, they told him, either you will accept European and German interests, or your people will not be able to work in Germany, for example. You need to accept the policies of the European Union. After that, what happened next? Serbia accepted the official EU opinion regarding Belarus. We'll try to give an answer to another question. Mr. Bonini, how does the Italian public is reacting regarding the story of EU enlargement, especially in the context of migration policy?
I think traditionally Italy has been quite a supporter of enlargement, and certainly probably it has never been, at least at this phase, really politicized as an issue. But I think Italy has been one of the most supportive member of the European Union regarding the future expansion.
What I managed to find in data, Greece, Sweden, Denmark, these are the countries which are pro-enlargement, EU enlargement. But in some EU member states, the situation is completely opposite. We got another question. What is the role of Croatia? What can Croatia do regarding EU enlargement issue? So what can Croatia do? We can do a lot. We've already done a lot. We can keep these doors open for these countries. And it's up to these countries to do their homework, to use this opportunity which is given to them. We also provide technical assistance. We transfer knowledge, especially regarding harmonization of their legislation with the EU acquis. We also have agreements with almost all Western Balkan countries, especially regarding bilateral support and EU integration. We are doing everything we can for these countries so they can strengthen and follow their path towards the EU. But it's up to them, up to their people, their societies to do so. I agree completely that this fact that the investments that EU has made into these countries, that this is not such a visible fact. I think this is something We often mention this in our discussions, and I think that in the upcoming period we will try to make this truth about EU investments more visible one. We will try to show the advantages of joining the EU. We mentioned rule of law, freedom of the media as basic fundamentals of the EU. Coronavirus showed the need for other common policies. So how can this be a switch that will raise the awareness in these countries about the need for joining the EU? I think that COVID, just like Brexit was, this was kind of a good thing for the EU, because never in the history of 27 member states we've never had so many negotiations like we did during Brexit. So it showed the truth, because at one moment the EU almost ceased to be, because all member states raised their own borders and walls. We needed to find our solidarity again, and then we had a turn, right turn actually, or left turn. I was quite skeptical about it, but I do think that Croatian presidency really did a fantastic job. What's maybe quite important, this is a need for a common health policy in the EU. And this also extends to Western Balkan countries. And this is Borrell's statement when he said, you got one plane from China and you publicized it in all the media, but this was purchased merchandise. Next day, you received free aid from the EU, and there were no reporters. Vucic did not show up. So, and this is what Western Balkans needs to understand, that if you work with EU, you will have results. I think there is a Health EU program in which EU is preparing that in the case of future crisis, that we do not repeat the same story from March this year. And this is what Western Balkan countries need to understand. If you are a part of Europe, you will have a better life. That's the truth. What they also need to understand, Western Balkan countries, they feel neglected. They don't think that we know about their problems enough. They think they're left behind. They don't really have a lot of hope they will be able to solve these problems. This hope that you mentioned, it is here, it exists. Everything we are doing, everything we've done during our presidency, what the Germans are doing right now during their presidency, we have a really active commissioner for enlargement, Mr. Varhelyi. And I think in the upcoming period, the situation will change. Again, this is a two-way process. On our side, we need to provide chances. On the other side, they need to recognize these chances and build upon them. Okay, another question for you. Are some countries right when they say they have been neglected in this process? That their problems are not discussed enough, they are not important enough to be discussed. What do you think?
The same question goes to Mr. Trkanec. The matter is clear here. Prisman Agreement showed extreme care of the EU, not only the EU, global community as well. Far from them being neglected. The question is how open are they to accept what they need to accept. So we go back to the story of the rules of the game. what happened at one point is the fact that Juncker's Commission said there will be no enlargement, and these countries said, okay, fine, so we don't have to do anything anymore. Although Juncker said it for one reason, because there was a large crisis in the EU, and either EU is going to survive and then continue, or it will not survive. But these countries understood it in a way that, okay, we can do whatever we want, there's plenty of time, there's enough time for everything. But there are political structures in these countries that are not prone to accepting EU rules. I will name Vucic again, and the problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there are some political leaders who do not want to accept the rules of the game. And one other reason why China is investing in these countries, because there are no clear rules of investment, and they can agree on things also in a corruptive way, under the table, and they can lead Montenegro to the edge of debt. Mr. Bonini? Are some countries, have they...
I'm sorry, I have problem in hearing you. I mean, certainly, I mean, the first semester of this year has been fundamental in also during Croatian presidency. Can you hear me?
Čujemo vas, da.
Yes, we can.
Of course, I mean, the methodology has been fundamental to help correcting a geostrategic mistake and finding consensus among the member states in opening accession negotiation with Albania and North Macedonia. I think the new methodology helped to renew consensus and help the enlargement process at least in four ways. First, the cluster approach can help bring progress on the ground, especially in the economics. Second, the new methodology somehow tried to institutionalize political conditionality that has always been there, but now is more explicit and more institutional. Third, it gives good incentive through performance-based indicator and new IPA funds. And fourth, of course, it foresees the inclusion of more and more of the Western Balkans into EU policy. And of course, this is positive.
Our time for broadcast on the Croatian television is coming to an end, and I would like to thank our listeners, and I would like to apologize for technical difficulties. This is due to the circumstances that we have to work in these times, and we will continue with our panel. Are there any questions from the audience for our guests? I'm sure there are some questions. If not, I have one more question. This is, we usually say that it will not happen this year, it will not happen next year, and this prolongation, this is something that we experienced in Croatia as well, and we know it's started bothering us at some point, whether and when we will be accepted to the EU. And how much does this impact the entire process, this postponement? It shouldn't reflect on the quality of the process and on the process itself. I think that some envisaged dates are not very useful. It's much more useful to have a clear methodology, useful methodology, that clearly defines what needs to be done. And I think that's a better way forward than setting some dates or years. And they can also slow down the countries in their progress. This methodology will open chapters within 6 big clusters. And because this freedom of the media, rule of law, democracy, statistics, independence of judiciary system. This will be the first cluster that will be opened in relation to North Macedonia and Albania. And the idea is to start right away with these most important fundamental chapters, and they will remain open throughout the entire accession process. And what's important is that this new methodology forces session if there's a drawback, in order to encourage these political elites to focus on reforms, because this process needs to have its own dynamics, and so it can come to an end or a conclusion at some point in time. Mr. Terkans, I would like to thank Bulgaria and Romania, because we are not talking about deadlines anymore, because the EU doesn't want to allow itself the same mistake that it made with them. So, and they said, and this country said, we're not going to deal with a fight against corruption or the rule of law and so on. And both of these countries are now under special conditions. And so giving deadlines was wrong, and it was clear, and therefore the countries of the Western Balkans should not suffer because of the deadlines. There is no deadline as such. There's quality and implementation or adoption of all the values and norms of the EU, and that's the key. Whether it's going to happen in 2 years or 20 years, that's up to the negotiating country. Thank you. I would like to thank our guests. Oh, there's a question from the audience. Excellent. There are two. Three. Mladen Zdenkovic from the Radio Television Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to refer to what Mr. Dekanjac said and his definition of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I don't think it's a ruined country, as he said. Regardless of all the problems that it has, how would you assess the impact of neighboring countries, Serbia and Croatia and so on, to the events in Bosnia and Herzegovina? It has the most political representatives, but they only tend to complicate the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And okay, so my statement is something that I can defend. Bosnia and Herzegovina, this is something what I wrote a number of times, and I even said on federal television. Both Croatia and Serbia have signed the Dayton Agreement, which implies that they have the obligation to care for their own people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this means that both countries have the right to participate in certain internal processes in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is the factual state that cannot be changed. Croatia was faced with a situation for the third time where Croats could not elect their legal representative in the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And with the threat of the president of one party that this will happen, and on all other levels, important for making strategic decisions. I think this is the main problem. The main problem is that this is where the need of Croatia comes from, to help their people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they're in a situation where they're faced with the majority population that has some other ideas than they do. When we talk about the Republic of Serbia and the relationship towards the Republika Srpska, situation is a bit different. A couple of days ago, a Serbian world or some new holiday was celebrated that unifies all Serbs. And it was something like call for the dissolution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but no one from Croatia ever called for dissolution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. A positive impact of Croatia on the preservation of constitutional rights does not have a negative impression in the EU. Do you have an additional question, or was this sufficient? Okay. Ms. Metelko-Zgombic. A functional Bosnia and Herzegovina in which all people will enjoy their rights, their fundamental rights, is in the interest of the Republic of Croatia, and you can rest assured that the Republic of Croatia is a big advocate for the rights of the people in the Bosnia and Herzegovina and European ideals. And we believe that our neighboring country will be stabilized through this process because we share a long border, and it is important to us how Bosnia and Herzegovina functions. We are a big advocate of the European path. There was another question.
ali moramo voditi.
There are more questions, but we also have to continue with the panel with other topics, so please keep it short. Zrinka Varabec from National Weekly Magazine. I've been listening to this discussion and everything sounds very good for the countries of the region, but I cannot stop wondering
Činjenica je jedna.
our hypocrisy. So the rule of law, the freedom of media, human rights, rights of national minorities is something you insist on when you are a candidate country. Croatia had the best results in the integration process in this respect up to 2013. From 2013, according to the report, not only of the European Commission, that wrote about the state of judiciary system, corruption, our judiciary system is not independent. We're at the bottom of the EU in this regard. And they also wrote about the state of the freedom of the media. And also the national TV is absolutely governed by politics. And public media services, actually the management of public services are appointed by politicians and so on. The existence is almost destroyed of people who do not side with them. And there's a strengthening of nationalism and all the bad processes that took us 30 years back in the past 6 years and in the period from when we became the part of the EU. Even Poland and Hungary and Croatia did the same. Nobody can do anything against you, but once you become an EU country, you can do whatever you want because there are no sanctions. So this article that deals with that will never be activated, and you will not even be conditioned when it comes to using EU funds. So we are very hypocritical when we talk about our successes. Croatia had actually did a good thing with EU money, but when it comes to EU values, we do not respect them anymore, and Croatia is now in the worse situation than it was in 2013. I know this very well because I've been following this process. I would like to say a couple of things regarding this. 3 weeks ago, Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte said in their parliament regarding EU Next Generation Fund, he stated very clearly we can envision EU without Hungary and Poland. When Mark Rutte says that in the parliament, then this is a very serious claim. The fact is that they're very seriously discussing about binding money from the fund. It is being discussed very seriously on the level of Germany as well as a presiding country. And Article 7 will be respected, and the situation is not as such as you said. Regarding Croatia and this hypocrisy, we see it every day, but I deeply believe that Croatia is better today than it was 2013. And this is clear, regardless of everything that we can or cannot see. Because of the EU, Croatia is better. That is a fact. And it has improved as much as it could within 6 years, and taking into account everything that has happened to us. It's always good to be critical. This is the role of the media. It's always good to strive to be better. And we can never say that we have fully achieved a goal because there's always something else to do. there's always room for improvement. And I think this process that has been initiated, the report drafted by the European Commission, is an extremely high-quality document, which will enable all member countries to familiarize with the way that other member countries function. And we are looking forward to the discussion that will be held within the Council and then later on also in relation to 5 countries, member countries, regarding the results of this report. And I think we will all learn a lot how we can strengthen the rule of law, independency of judiciary system. But I also think that many will be surprised by the number of different approaches within member states. And I think we will all be smarter after this discussion and know how to strengthen these values better. I wouldn't say that the rule of law in Croatia or the values are on the lower level than before the accession. Quite the contrary. I think we have advanced, we have improved.
If I can you hear me? Yes, I'm from the Embassy of Hungary. If I may, I will continue in English. I am trying to learn Croatian.
Inclined to comment on statements because we would like to use every opportunity, and every opportunity is good to share our views because we try to keep up this spirit in the European Union, and we know well that rule of law debates are quite high and intense on the agenda in the European Union, which is in one point a really good thing because we have to keep this idea, keep these values alive from the beginning, from the enlargement process and after membership. So just to make some things really crystal clearly straight. First of all, on behalf of Hungary, I must absolutely refuse any kind of statements, political statements, which regards excluding, kicking out Hungary from this club. We never deserved that. We are ready to continue dialogue in many forums of the European Union. What Hungary is doing at the very moment is to continue dialogue within the Council of the European Union for many months. And what disturbs us, I would say quite rightly, that throughout the Article 7 procedure, which was initiated by the European Parliament, and by the way, we have a pending case in front of the European Court of Justice, whether that procedure was rightful or not, we fulfilled our obligations, we replied all the questions and refused quite detailedly all the allegations in oral, in written terms. So really shortly, we think we have been cleared out in many sense with the European Commission. We were open and honest with all the member states. But what we see at the very moment is that some kind of political motivations behind European institutions or behind maybe some other member states just simply do not let this procedure to be closed down. That's one thing. According to our opinion, it's really not useful for the European Union to stand up and protect for the rule of law with means, with methods which themselves are not in line with the rule of law. So this is the first thing. Another thing I would say throughout our debate and really constructive commentaries from dear panelists and all the guests, I would like to reiterate the positions that all the Amsterdam criteria and all the criteria of rule of law which was necessary for Hungary to be part of the European Union, we still uphold, we still share, and we think it's very important either for the members, either for the future members of the European Union in the Western Balkans, towards which we are quite supportive to. But I would say the current debate on the rule of law should be put in an order, in a clear order, which should be upon the consensus of all the member states. And we think at the moment the European Council has, during the last session, given a quite clear consensus and quite clear instructions, which is the way forward. We will be really honestly stick to that. We will be honestly searching for consensus on these topics, but those actors, those partners, we try to, let's say, bias this debate according to a view, do not really help this whole debate to be put in order. Just sorry for being that lengthy, but I felt like it's quite important to shed light on our vision in this topic.
Hvala vam lijepa.
Thank you very much. You will have an opportunity during thematic panel discussions to ask an open discussion on these questions. Very short. Rule of law. Index who was left by all journalists after an entrepreneur close to Orban bought it. And through crowdfunding, they established their own independent media house in order to continue their work. So much on rule of law and freedom of media. Next panel discussion will be on the rule of law and many other topics. So I would like to ask you to stay and participate in other panel discussions. Thank you to Matteo Bonimi from Istituto Affari Internazionali from Rome. Thank you to Mrs. Andrea Metelko-Zgombic from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, and thank you to Željko Trkanjac from Euroactive news portal. Thank you very much for participating.
Good afternoon, dear guests. Once again, can you hear me well? Thank you for coming and joining us at this event. Our next topic, as you can see, is a new pact on migration and asylum of the EU. From 2015-2016, the EU has been trying to reform the migration policy, and there were some events on Lesbos and so on, and European Commission has come up with a new pact on migration and asylum. This new pact should be a long-term solution, and it is a kind of compromise. Is it truly the fact, and what this new pact brings is the topic of our next session, and I'm happy to welcome our guests who are experts in this area. We have Ms. Snežana Grigorović from the Institute for Migration and Ethnic Studies, State Secretary at the Department for European and International Affairs and EU Funds, Ms. Teresa Gras, and Monique Pariat, Director General of DG Home. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining me. Miss Madame Pariat, can you hear me?
Good morning.
So we will start with Ms. Pariat. What is the biggest novelty brought by this pact, and does it truly offer a new balance and new beginning between solidarity and responsibility? Ms. Pariat.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
I have an echo in my phone.
Dakle, ponovit ću svoje pitanje.
I will repeat my question. Madame Pariat, what is the biggest novelty brought by this new pact on migration and asylum?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you. If you administered could get rid of the echo I have, it would be very nice. Because
We'll take care of that.
yeah. Okay. Let's see if
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us
I
now?
can hear you. It's not.
It's just a technical issue.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Wait a second. Yes,
Okay.
I can hear.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
My problem is that I have to hear my voice when I.
Ne znam jel mi možemo odavde nešto.
I don't know if there's anything we can do here.
Okay, but I'll try to go on. So you asked me if there is novelty in this factor, and there are plenty of novelty in this factor. First of all, I would like to say that we try to have a very comprehensive approach of the problem of migration. So it's not only about. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So the first thing I want to say is that we have a very, we want to tackle migration as from the moment where it starts up to the moment where we either return people or integrate them into the EU.
Yeah, I know it's frustrating, but please don't give up.
Yeah. Okay, good. I will not give up. So the main feature of the pact is that we want to have a solid and resilient system for managing migration in normal situations. Migration is a normal phenomenon. We've had migration all over since the beginning of humanity, and I think we will have it until the end of humanity. So we have to be able to manage migration as something normal that has to be managed like anything else. So this is really what we want to propose in this pact. There are crisis situations that we need also to look at and to have the right tools for that. But what we want to avoid is to manage something that needs to be managed as a normal phenomenon with crisis instruments. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we want to look at migration as a comprehensive phenomenon that starts in certain countries where people want to leave for different reasons, sometimes because they are persecuted, because they need protection somewhere, but sometimes just because they need better economic opportunities, or sometimes because they have not so well-intended reasons to move. So that's why we need to diversify also the kind of people that we need to talk about, if they are refugees or if they are illegal migrants. So that's the second part of the equation, where we want to have a stronger protection at our external borders. And thirdly, we need to have a functioning system to address the different situations of people, those who need protection, those who need to be returned. And for that, we will have a new system of procedures at the border that will also help for that. The purpose is that for those who deserve protection, we have to provide them this protection. For those who are legally accepted in the Union, they have to be integrated correctly. But for those who have no right to stay, they have to be returned and even possibly to be prevented from arriving because we will not be able to accept them. So that's the overall architecture of the system. So it builds around four main policies, four main priorities. One is a stronger external dimension, where we want to mainstream migration into our overall partnership with third countries. The second one is a robust system of managing our external borders. And the third one is a fair asylum system for those who are be granted asylum, and with a balanced share of solidarity and responsibility. And the fourth dimension is a strong European Europe return system. So if you allow me, I will focus on those different aspects. And let me start with the core of the reform, which is the solidarity mechanism, that is built in to address this need to have a fair sharing between responsibility and solidarity among the member states. As you know, most of the people that arrive at our borders arrive at the external borders of the EU, and largely, for the time being, in Mediterranean countries who face this burden. We need to find a way to help these countries to bear this important responsibility they will have, and to organize ways to ensure this sharing of responsibility and solidarity. So we have proposed a system where we would have a system of mandatory solidarity applying in a number of situations. The first one being when a country is under pressure, like for instance Greece for the moment, or in any case in search and rescue operations like we have in the central Mediterranean and partly also in the western part of the EU in the Canary Islands for the moment. And the last situation, which will be treated differently because it's part of this crisis-specific instrument that we are proposing, it's the situation of crisis, where I can say a word afterwards if you want, we will have an adjustment of the regular system to address specific crisis situations. So how will this system of mandatory solidarity function? We will have different options based on the different type of people that would need to be addressed. So we will offer 2 or 3 ways to help the member states that bear the biggest burden in terms of responsibility. One is to possibly relocate, as is already the case today, relocate a number of the people that have arrived. But the relocation will be mandatory only for people who are in need of protection. So people that have that are in need immediate temporary protection, or people that are very likely to become an asylum acceptance. The other option for those countries who would not want to relocate will be to sponsor returns of the people that are very likely not be granted asylum. So this other possibility will function in the following way. Based on the allocation that would be agreed among the member states on the share of people they should take care under this mandatory solidarity, so they can either, as I said, decide if they need to take care of 20 people, for instance, they can either do it via relocation for those who would need protection or return. So a country can say, okay, those 20 people, I commit to return them to their country of origin, and I will take the responsibility for that, and I will also take the organization of it. Those people would stay in the country where they arrived, but the country that sponsored these returns will need within 6 months to be able to return them to the country of origin via the diplomatic network, via different financial support, via different things that they can discuss with the country of arrival. That would be the commitment. And if after 8 months they have not managed to do so, they would have to take these people on their own territory and complete the procedure, or relocate them, or integrate them. So that's the return sponsorship. The third option is the possibility to contribute in another way. That would need to be discussed with the country benefiting from that, which could take the form of technical assistance, financial support, different possibilities, but that would need to be agreed between us, the country benefiting, and the country offering. We have a correction measure also for that in case we would not have enough offers for relocation or returns, that this correction mechanism would help to ensure that a minimum of half of the people that should have been taken under relocation or return by the different countries contributing to the mandatory solidarity system would still need to be taken through one of these other, the first two options. To make it simpler, if all the countries choose the third option, then we will not have anyone either relocating or returning. So that's why we have these correction measures, because we will need to have a minimum of critical mass of people that would need to be relocated or people that would need to be returned. And one thing I didn't say at the beginning is that for nowadays, 2/3 of the people that arrive at our borders are people that are illegal migrants and that are very unlikely to get a favorable outcome of their asylum request. So that's why we put such an emphasis on the return, on improving our return system. In case for search and rescue, this mechanism will be implemented immediately, automatically. And for that, we will constitute a pool. We will ask member states on the basis of a yearly risk assessment of possible arrivals that they anticipate in the Mediterranean, that they would constitute a pool of commitments, either in terms of relocation or returns, in which we could take every time there is a disembarkment in Malta or in Italy or Spain. For pressure, we would need to declare the pressure and the needs also of the member states and the member state under pressure, and also have proposals of reply from the member states. And that will be part of an implementing act that the Commission will take. So there is a process of dialogue with the member states concerned so that we can arrive as much as possible to a solution that is agreeable to everybody, and that would be part in the implementing act. In case we cannot arrive to that, we will force that through this implementing act, which, as you know, is adopted by qualified majority. So that's on, and on the return, obviously, Frontex will be also very instrumental to help on the return. You know, we also propose to appoint an EU return coordinator whose job would be also to facilitate that together with the Deputy Executive Director of Frontex that will also have it as a dedicated function to work on return. That's for the responsibility. On the responsibility side, we will keep the rule of the first country, of the first entry country responsibility, but we have a responsibility for family reunification. So there is a bigger possibility to relocate people or to attribute the responsibility for the applications to countries where part of the family is already hosted, and this family notion is extended to siblings. It is also extended to families that have been constituted during the trip, or to people that have been granted a diploma or a qualification certificate in one member state. So, for instance, someone arriving having a degree from a university or from a school in one member state, this will be this country that will be assigned as as being the country of entry for this person. So we've tried to extend that so that to reduce the burden of the country of first entry, but the principle remains as in the current Dublin regulation, as well as we have also reviewed the rules of the responsibility. We propose a 3-year responsibility for the country that will be responsible for the application for asylum. And we have also deleted the possibility in case of absconding that the responsibility will be shifted. So to reduce secondary movement. So I need to move quickly. So on the external borders, the big changes that we propose is first of all to introduce a compulsory screening of the people, which is not a decision on if they will be granted asylum or not, but we need to improve also the knowledge we have of everybody that arrives at the border. I think it's fair to request to everybody that arrives that he's been checked against his own identity. He will be fingerprinted, he or she will be checked against health reasons and also checked against security reasons. And based on this check, they will be diverted either to the classical asylum system if they have a high chance to be granted asylum, to the return, to immediate return if there is any reason for them to be returned immediately, or to another procedure which is called the border procedure, which is already enforced in some countries, which is a procedure at the border where officially the person will not have entered the territory, even if they are physically on the territory, but where they have not entered the territory as long as they haven't been through this border procedure, which will be a shorter procedure where the asylum claim will be processed. And this will apply to people who have very lower chance to be granted asylum. The percentage has been proposed at 20%, which means 20% only of the asylum claims of these nationalities in average in the EU is accepted. So meaning they have very low chance to be granted asylum, so that we can easily facilitate and speed up their return in the country of origin. We have safeguards in terms of human rights. Families with children under 12 and unaccompanied minors will not go to the border procedure, but the idea is to extend that so that we can decrease the pool of factor of people arriving, but also we can also allow for swifter procedures and clearer procedures. Then on the external dimension, this all is well what I described if we have a stronger cooperation with the countries of origin. So the intention, the proposal of the pact is to develop and deepen a comprehensive, tailor-made and mutually beneficial migration partnership with third countries. In particular with those countries that send a lot of people to our borders that are not that are likely to be returned. So for that, we want to develop win-win partnerships in the sense that we would include bigger possibilities for legal migration, be it through more resettlements or through legal pathways, but also wider legal migration pathways, so that people can be allowed to come to the EU. We need migration, as you know, in many countries. There is a call for more migrants, but this has to be organized legally and orderly, as I said at the beginning. We need to have an orderly system for that. The counterpart of that, we will work also with those countries on improving the job opportunities in their country, working on with our cooperation money and our trade agreements. We will also work with them, propose to work with them on improving their border system, on working together on anti-smuggling actions, because this is a big issue, as you know, and we will be able to support that financially. But the return, the counterside of that, the counterpart of that is that they reduce the flows of people that arrive and that they readmit their nationals once, if despite all those measures, we still have irregular migrants arriving, that they have to return them more easily in the context of the readmission agreements that we have with them. So it's a huge work, but I think this is something where we have to join forces between member states and the Commission, so that we put all our partnership agreements and support to third countries, so that we include in that solid migration management opportunities and arrive at a more orderly management of the flows between those countries and the EU. This goes obviously because we are talking in an area that is obviously in the Balkan and in the Western Balkans. So there is also a big priority that is put on our neighbors in the Western Balkans, because this comprehensive approach that I just described applies for obviously to the countries. So this will be part also of the partnership that we are developing with the countries in our neighborhood, so that we will also help them, work with them to increase the migration management. And we will also support our agencies so that they can work closely with these countries, be it EASO or Frontex, which is already the case, so that we can improve the asylum and migration systems in the neighboring countries, as well as increase and speed the returns from those countries. So that's very broadly sketched the main content of our new pact. I'm very happy to answer to all the questions you may have on that, but I prefer to stop at this point because it's a very heavy package, so it may be a bit difficult to digest in one go. Thank you very much.
You did a great job. Thank you very much. Dakle, vrlo kompleksno pitanje.
This is a very complex question. We got a short overview on what this new pact contains. It's quite a complicated, comprehensive pact, because it's a big issue that Europe is dealing with right now. So, Dr. Gregurovic, what is your impression? What is the most important thing the new pact brings? Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to participate. Regarding your question, my answer could be quite long, because this pact consists of 4 big areas: migration, asylum, border management, and integration. And each of these areas could have its own panel discussion. I've noticed that Mrs. Paria talked about, or she focused on 3 areas: migration, asylum, and border management. She did not mention integration, or at least I didn't hear about it. So I will mention each of these areas. Regarding the pact itself, my impression is that it's a big change in the migration policy of the EU, because back in 2016, global compact regarding safe migrations was adopted. It was talked about, and it raised a lot of questions because it was discussed globally. And now the things that we were discussing back in 2016, we are not hearing about them nowadays. I think those refugees welcome message that EU used changed into a new message. So migrants or people asking for international protection, they can either have resettlement, and the other option is return. Also, what I've noted that within this mechanism, we have 2 issues. Relocation, that means coming from a third country. For example, we're talking about relocation when asylum seekers, for example, when people come from Turkey to the EU asking for asylum. When some of these asylum seekers reach Greece or Italy or other member states which have external border, if this member state is overloaded already, then this person is relocated to another member state. But as a rule, it has already been decided that they can get asylum. I got the English translation of this pact, and I read resettlement, and I heard from Mrs. Paria that she mentioned relocation, so I was a bit confused. But what's important in this pact, plan for implementing this new pact, and there's 41 measure mentioned from different provisions for forming new agencies. There's a lot of paperwork.
Predlaže se donošenje nove uredbe o migracijama i azilu. Dakle, to je ta...
Some of the old provisions or regulations are out of force now. And now we are hearing about solidarity more. So more focus is on solidarity between member states. Here we also see a change in regards to earlier approach. Also, return. Here the novelty is, as Mrs. Parian mentioned, at the border itself, border officials will be able to decide who will be let into EU and who will be banned from entering. So people coming from countries where there's a law, where there's a small or low number of people who were granted asylum, like Morocco, Ukraine, Albania, such persons will not be able to request asylum in the EU. This is a novelty. These border officials will also have possibilities to act in such a way that these persons will be returned to their countries of origin. There are other regulations planned, so procedures will change. So countries will be encouraged to return all those persons who have not who do not have the right to remain in the EU. It's a quite restrictive approach. I think there is a change from previous approach. Countries of the EU or Europe in general, due to its demographic issues, aging of population, due to that, Europe has a need for population increase. There are changes in the labor market in different member states. So some member states really do need foreign workers, but they need workers, let's say, in the area of health sector, IT sector, healthcare, and so on. And here, these restrictions will be smaller because they need to create a platform, a base of needed talents in the EU, and such member states will express their need for workers, and they will recruit workers from third countries. But this is in collision with a chapter from this pact. In this chapter, it is stated that EU will encourage or will be in favor of removing causes for migration. So if you try to attract these talents from third countries, from which we usually get irregular migrants, then the question is, who will remain in these countries, who will be able to allow for these countries to develop, who will be a generator for economic recovery? So this is the question. This is something that we also need to discuss within this context of solidarity. It would be good if the EU could offer their own experts to these countries, not only to offer financial logistic aid. So maybe EU should offer its own talents and expert workers. I think that would be a better idea than to simply attract all talented and qualified workers from these countries. So what do you think? maybe at the beginning, I would like to comment on what we've heard so far. I'd agree what Mrs. Pariat said. The pact is an attempt, based on the discussions we've had during the last 3 years in the EU, this is an attempt to adopt a document which will help us to manage migrations and not to allow migrations to simply happen. Migrations, so far we've had only irregular or illegal migrations. So we want to refocus migrations and make them regular or legal ones. We need to allow for procedures of return also to happen. We want to send a message that those who really are in need of international protection, they can come to us, but they need to use other ways. And we also want to protect the asylum system in Europe. Because if you take a look at the period from the beginning of the migration crisis up until now, this asylum system was misused because people wanted to decide by themselves in which member state they will end up. In this part, I will not agree with what Mrs. Gregurovic said regarding relocation and return, because we will continue to show solidarity to people who are in need of our protection. But this pact finally recognizes one thing. We admit the fact that all people who have started towards EU, they're not all by default in need of international protection. And this is something that different NGOs said it was true, but not all people who came to external border, EU external border here in Croatia, not all of them were in need of international protection. This is why this new pact, this part referring to border procedures, is important, especially for Croatia, which is one of the member states with EU external border, because as Mrs. Pariat explained, this new pact will also include health check identification of all people who come to the external border. It will also include safety and security checks. So we will need to establish different capacities of experts for all these areas mentioned. So not only border officials will decide on these asylum seekers, but other experts, which I think is a good thing. So in case of Croatia, we have significant number of people arriving to our border. The number varies. Of course, it also depends on weather conditions, epidemiological conditions, but we have 200 to 500 people. So for us, this part of the pact is important to us, especially regarding cooperation with third countries. I'm talking about Southeast Europe countries. We've had discussions in the last 3 years. We always mention the importance of having such discussions, because usually the focus regarding migrations was on the central Mediterranean direction of migrations, but we wanted to focus more on the lack of capacities of these countries, and we wanted to focus more on border protection, and also we wanted to highlight other capacities which were lacking, especially capacities, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, regarding the number of migrants they were accepting. So it's good that this pact allows some people can be returned, and that some countries through which migrants cross through, like Greece, it's important to focus on them, but because some other member states do not maybe recognize the importance of being a part of these migrant routes.
Nije u toj mjeri došlo do izražaja jeste uspostava i korištenje informacijskih sustava. Upravo kad se radi o ovim sigurnosnim provjerama, za Hrvatsku je to.
This is of extreme importance for Croatia. As you know, from mid-June 2017, we have access to Schengen information system. Information systems are very important for this. For example, information on travel and their approval. These are two new systems that will help us check who is entering on the border with or without visa. And also the same with the digitalization of applications for asylum. And of key importance is also for the better monitoring of external borders. All these elements are important for Croatia, and I believe that we will have a more detailed discussion on these elements of the new pact in the Council. And what I wanted to emphasize is the role of non-government organizations, of NGOs. The pact foresees, inter alia, the establishment of a monitoring mechanism for police procedures at the border, and it suggests that NGOs should also take part in this system. We think that this would not be the best solution because we have different experiences with representatives of such organizations, and we think that if the monitoring system for police procedures at the border are being introduced, we have to have the same criteria for NGOs because there are different experiences regarding their actions. Regarding solidarity mechanism and division of responsibility, I also have the need to point to an aspect that seems quite important to us. We agree that member states have to participate in relocation and resettlement, and that they can also apply for return. There's this third option, as Ms. Pariat says, which is to provide various operational or some other sort of help to member states under pressure. We wouldn't want to see the situation in which some member states engage in a way that they send some of their NGOs to help with managing some camps. For example, a state that has an opt-out in the part referring to migrations has an NGO in a recently established camp close to the Croatian border, and we think that this shouldn't count as a contribution to the implementation of this solidarity mechanism and division of responsibility. And when talking about this mechanism, I also think when we talk about distribution of asylum seekers, that states at the external borders, that such as Croatia, that invest a lot of effort into protection of these borders, they also need to be valorized. These efforts need to be valorized, and the division cannot be same for these states as for some other states that do not participate in the protection of external borders. These are some key things that I wanted to emphasize, and then maybe we can now open the discussion and answer the questions. If anyone from the audience wants to join the discussion, you're welcome. The question in my mind refers to these checks before the entering of third country citizens to EU countries. So these checks are proposed: identification, health and security checks, fingerprints, and registration in EU Eurodac database. So first thing, identification. We know that irregular migrants mostly do not have documents with them. How can we then identify them? Maybe we should involve Ms. Paria in this discussion. Can you hear me?
Do you want me to reply to the number of questions that have been put, or would
Yes,
how
please.
do you want?
Yes, please. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I don't hear anything.
Yes, please. Oh.
Much, because there are obviously a number of questions. This is also due to the fact that this part, as the previous speaker before Teresa Grad said, there are a number of issues that I haven't tackled because of lack of time. And there is indeed a big part on integration, which I, hinted at the beginning of my intervention. Because what we have also foreseen in this plan is to have a better policy when it comes to integration. And this is something that we will have to look at with our colleagues that are responsible for integration and inclusion in the EU, and in particular with the support of the European Social Fund and the European Regional Fund, so that we can also maximize the financial possibilities of these funds to work on that. So we will be coming with an action plan at the end of the year on specifically dedicated to integration, with a number of measures on that. On the legal migration aspects, indeed, we need to avoid the brain drain from those countries, and I fully share this opinion. But we will work on different strands. On the one hand, there is still this blue card proposal on the table that we will want to finalize possibly by the end of the year, which is targeted at high-skilled workers. But what we want also is to introduce possibilities for legal migration for people with lower skills possibilities, and we want to develop with our third country partners what we call talent partnerships, so that we identify what are the needs in the EU, and that we have to work very closely with the member state, because work legislation and legal migration is the competence of the member states, not the competence of the EU. But also to say, when we say the EU, it's not only the Commission. The EU is the member states and the Commission. So in that case, we would build on what the offers or the requests or the needs of the member states are in terms of skills they would need. If they need nurses, for instance, or if they need IT coders, or I don't know, whatever technicians in a particular area, we could imagine solutions like if we need 50 people in the EU, in one country for that, to train 100 nurses, so 50 would be allowed to migrate to the EU, maybe for a period, and then one day they can go back to their country, and 50 would be trained also with EU support, but to stay in the country. So the idea is not to empty the country of origin, but on the contrary, to work both on the development of the country, and that's why we need to better coordinate our cooperation policy with our migration policy, so that we can at the same time develop work possibilities for the people there. So in order to give them less incentive to move away. Nobody moves to another country if they can make a living in their own country and see a future for their children. So this is something that we do with our cooperation support. But we have also legal needs for legal migration, and we can help on that to target those needs and make them also a way to train people that would be necessary for the countries of origin. So that will be part of those talent partnership that we plan to develop. And as when you say we need to offer our experts, I think we have loads of experts under the cooperation side of our development policy, be it from the member states or from the Commission, that already work in our delegations or in the cooperation agencies of the different member states to help the third countries. On the relocation resettlement, relocation is inside the EU, resettlement is from third countries into the EU. So we will favor both. We will support financially both options. When I talk about relocation, it's relocation of people who have arrived in the EU and that we need to relocate because they are in need of protection. One thing I need to clarify also, border officers will not decide people who will be eligible for asylum, but they will be able to help a first analysis. They are not the one that will grant asylum. So everybody has the right to ask for asylum, but some of them are quite likely to get it. I mean, Syrians nowadays, if they arrive at the border, they will be accepted as asylum claimer and they would go into the classical asylum procedure. Someone from another country, like maybe Tunisia or Egypt, where, there is no civil war, no particular reason to think that people would fear for their life when they come back, those people would most likely be channeled through the border procedure because the acceptance rate on average in the EU is very low. So that's what, but the border procedure is an asylum procedure. So the screening is not an asylum procedure. The screening is just a check of the people, an identity check. And you mentioned many people that have no identity. It's true. So that's where we need also to work more with the countries of origin, that they develop better registration system that will allow to find out who these people will be. That's why we want to systematically fingerprint them so that we have also better chance to have a good knowledge of their identity. Then on the monitoring, we need to have a monitoring system, so we will ask member states to develop their own monitoring system with the support of the fundamental rights agencies. So that's something that will need to be, that we will leave to the member state to organize together with the fundamental rights agencies. The only condition we want to see is that fundamental rights are preserved, and that will be the work of this monitoring system. The effort of the country of first entry, we acknowledge that. That's why we want to have an efficient system of solidarity, and where this solidarity has to be substantial. We will not accept that a country gives 200 euros and say, I've done my solidarity part of it. No, this has to be substantial. And that's why I'm saying, be it for relocation or for return, it will be based on a percentage, depending, it's the one we had already proposed. So your share as a country in terms of solidarity is based on your GDP and the population of your country. And this share will either have to be taken as relocation possibility or return possibility. The third option will have to be agreed, will have to be substantial, and cannot be the only solution we have. So this is where we are also proposing changes. There is a flexibility in terms of the solidarity response, but it will have to be substantial. So I think maybe last point, There are a number of other proposals in this package that I have not talked about, in particular, the more details about search and rescue, or more details about resettlement, or what we want to do in terms of inclusion and integration. There are proposals that are still on the table from the previous proposals from 2016, that we will keep and that are part of it. Proposal that we made with the package, and there are 10 documents, and there will be a number of proposals that, like this action plan on integration, that are part of a roadmap that is annexed to the communication. So I encourage you to look at that to see what will be the other options, and in particular an action plan on anti-smuggling also, that is part of the next initiatives that we will take along the next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doktorice Gregorović, vi ste sociolog.
Thank you, Dr. Gregorović. You are sociologist, you deal with migrations. You mentioned the problem of integration. According to your knowledge, what are the experiences so far regarding integration of migrants into societies they have arrived in? It's a quite wide topic. As we know, migrants are not a homogeneous group. There are big differences. So regarding integration policies, there are big differences. EU does not have a single or common integration policy. Each member state has its own right to adopt those integration policies and measures which are considered the best for its situation. What I would like to mention is that there is a framework that all member states regarding migration need to follow. It is based on those 12 basic principles adopted in Lisbon, common basic principles from 2004, if I'm not mistaken. But what is a problem, in my opinion, that all member states that receive migrants, especially in the last few years, they are all put in the same group, and that's not fair because there are big differences between these member states, especially regarding migration history, migration patterns, migration population. So in my opinion, we cannot have the same approach for example, for countries with colonial past, with history of colonialism, because migrants who come to such countries, there is a shared history, so they will be able to integrate more easily. There are countries, for example, in Southern Europe, Mediterranean countries, which in 60s and 70s of the 20th centuries, there were a lot of people who went to the EU for work, so-called gastarbeiters. So such countries, where a large number of people relocated to other countries for work, it's not fair to compare them with Western Europe countries, Northern Europe countries, who are traditionally countries into which people relocate for work. And they already have programs and policies. They have a bigger migrant population. So I think that when you compare, and these countries, we will have MITEX migration policy index. There will be a comparison of migration policies, and all European countries have the same criteria, have the same instrument is applied to them. And in my opinion, that is not appropriate. As I've said, Croatia, for example, and countries from Weisgard group, Western European countries, They all have their own specific problems, challenges they're facing when talking about migration. Mrs. Grass. We have a lot of colleague journalists here, so it would be interesting to hear. For example, Croatia will receive 12 girls from Moria. So what is the process of integration in this case? We're in the phase of preparing for their arrival in Croatia. We are closely communicating with the Commission and international organizations that will be included in this process. We have started with the preparation for their arrival, their arrival in Croatia. This week, I visited Lipik. We are preparing a children's home where these girls will be relocated, and first initial sociological, psychological, and other types of help and assistance will be provided to them there. It will be financed from EU funds. And now we were dealing with issues regarding their arrival. We were cooperating with NGOs. And regarding integration, this was one of the topics that I discussed with my colleagues in Lipik. So there, we encountered people with open hearts who will accept these 12 girls from Greece, from Moria camp. We've already said back in March that we are ready to accept 10 girls, not only from this camp, but from other camps in Greece. Now we said we would increase this number to 12 after this fire. So there's this openness present in people in Lipik. This is a humanitarian act for them. And regarding integration, we have to connect different stakeholders. And when you discuss openly with them, like we did this week in Lipik, we've had only positive, good experiences. So it's important to include all stakeholders. So I'm talking about schools, kindergartens, health institutions, but also I'm talking about local self-government, because they are the ones who communicate with the citizens, who in the beginning can have some concerns. So this local self-government will be responsible for giving the citizens information and to present this as a positive issue. And this is done in order to deal with the issues and difficulties we've had when we try to establish another location for migrants earlier here in Croatia, where we encountered problems. And also we have experiences from our own people who relocated to other EU countries. We've had 3 big migration waves throughout our history, but we've had good integration experience. I visited Islamic community yesterday, where we discussed this relocation 12 girls. We've discussed this issue because these girls are, of course, traumatized. So it's good to have somebody here in Croatia who is close to them. This is why we discussed this issue with members of Islamic community here in Croatia. So Croatia has had good integration examples, and we can be an example to other member states, especially when talking about members of Islamic community here in our country, in our society. They have been integrated in all segments of the society. So we do not see them as somebody who came from outside. They are really a part of our community, society, have been for a long number of years. They have no experience with segregation that can be seen in other member states. So when we prepare integration process, not only for these girls, but for other asylum seekers or migrants who already live and work here in Croatia, I have to admit that what we've had so far, feedback that we've gotten so far, that we've had relatively successful processes of integration. These people feel welcomed here in Croatia. They have an opportunity to learn Croatian, to become a part of our educational system, even to requalify for other professions if necessary here in Croatia. This includes also academic education. So I feel that Croatia has good and positive experiences, and we can even in certain segments be an example for other countries.
Ms. Paria, can you hear us? Madame Paria?
I think, you have different migration, as I said at the beginning, is multifaceted. So you have people that are fleeing conflicts, that are in a situation, that are traumatized. These girls Teresia is talking about are little girls that have experienced war, and I don't want to talk about more even uglier things. So what they need is a home and welcoming people to take care of them. And I think if you are accepted warm-heartedly, you integrate everywhere. You need just to feel loved and welcome. And we have all in our countries experienced different kind of persecution or of need to go. People, when they have to leave, it's not a choice. They have no choice. And so it's good to be able to welcome them somewhere. And I agree with what was said that we have different histories in Europe about migration, about links with the colonial past or whatever. And this is why we have to take that into account also, and that there is not one fit for all solution. But what we see also is that even those countries that have no colonial past or no experience or big history about migration, they have an aging population, and one day or the other, they will have also to go to recourse to migration for certain type of activities in the society. A country like Sweden has probably not a big experience of has not a tradition of migration, but has a country who has hosted a lot of people, and they are integrating relatively well also. So when you see Afghanis people now part of even sometimes the government or the ministries, you see that integration can work even in countries that are very different from the countries of origin of the people. So I think this is clear. We need to take the diversity of the situation, and this is what we want to do in this action plan. And I don't think there is a European one fit for all solution, but to build precisely on this diversity of the needs and the possibilities offered by the member states to adjust and fit legal migration into that. And also when it comes to refugees, it's our moral duty to welcome them and host them. And I think member states and many member states and Croatia in first place have shown also great support to that. So I think and if you have journalists also, I think it would be good also that journalists provide positive stories about migration. There are many positive stories, and if you go to local communities, usually people are very welcoming. And I have many of good stories that we could tell about good integration, success stories when it comes to migration.
Just to remind you once again, you can join the discussion at the website that we provided in the materials and ask a question. But Ms. Paria, we are talking here about a reception of new people and migrants and their acceptance. Some societies do have experience and history in that respect, but some other societies are more closed. I'm talking about the EU. What is the responsibility of the EU institutions and the governments of the member states in informing and educating their citizens about new people coming and joining their societies? Because it seems sometimes as if everything is up to citizens themselves and their sense of humanity.
You're right. But I think, again, this is a difficult balance between appreciating the reasons why the population or the governments or the country, let's put it like that, have maybe more close to migration than others. But I think we have to understand also the reasons why, and exactly what the problem is. So that's why we also want to, the answer we are providing with the pact is precisely to be able to help on the solidarity side according to the sensitivities of the different countries. And as I said, if we can have a system that is orderly managed, that will also rebuild the trust among the member states, between the member states and the EU institutions about how to manage migration, I think this will also probably help, being more welcoming, because this will be for people that are really in need of protection. And I think all countries are open to help when it comes to people in real need of protection, with also an assurance that we are seriously dealing with illegal migration and more seriously protecting our external borders. So that's the ambition of this pact, that by putting everything together, my commissioner and I often use the image that we have a sort of a puzzle with this pact that we have tried to build together, which if you take one bit of it would fall down because everything is supporting the rest. But we have also in that elements of leverage and flexibility to adjust further, and this will be the purpose of the negotiation, to adjust that better to the specific needs and capacities of every country. But the big idea and philosophy behind that is that migrations need to work. If we want to have a solid system of managing migration, of protecting those in need of protection, and of rebuilding the trust, we need to work on all these different aspects that go together, that support each other, and that will consolidate a strong house for migration and asylum in the EU.
We are coming to the end of this panel. This is a very complex topic, and it seems to me that we could talk about it for days. Ms. Gregorovic, do you have any final words? Does it seem as a step forward to you towards solving this very, very complex problem that affects millions of people? To be honest, no. It doesn't seem as such, because a lot of us hoped that the previous pact will improve things, but nothing happened in terms of providing solutions. But migrations just continued and following their own path, and pacts cannot prevent these events. So I do advocate these migration policies and adoption of mechanisms and measures. This is what any ordered state is founded on. But I don't have the illusion that a document, in this case, this pact, will solve the issue of migration in Europe or in the world. But regarding integration, of key importance for integration of migrants, regardless of the category, asylum seekers or economic migrants, it turned out that the knowledge of language and their participation in the labor market is of key importance. And the countries that did not respect that, what happened to them is that the migration population was highly unemployed. Children would leave education system early on. They would also engage in criminal activities. And strong social states who implement strong integration policies, Sweden, Belgium, and the Netherlands were known as the countries that had such policies, but according to indicators, despite all the funds that they invested into integration policies, the outcomes and the results were not as great because migrants were mainly marginalized. They had a lower standard of living. They were more unemployed than the rest of the society. And I think that these policies contribute to that because they did not push migrants to join the labor market, to learn the language, the way that, for example, Germany and the UK with different policies did. And migrants had enough funds to be able to function normally without putting extra effort into learning language or joining the labor market, which is a vicious circle, because if you do not learn the language of the country that you came to, that prevents your chances for prosperity and advancement. So this is a very multidimensional issue. And I think that the knowledge of language, knowledge of standards and norms of behavior and inclusion in the labor market and education system are of key importance. What do you think? Does the pact bring any change for Croatia? It does bring a big change. And I think it will help us in what its main intention is, and that is the experience with irregular migrants, to turn this experience into migration management, to improve this management and to show that the EU is ready to accept people who truly need protection, and all the other people who want to enter the EU for some other reasons have to find some other ways to do that. And in this way, we will prevent with what led the number of numerous migrants into risk, especially these smuggling networks, because they use these networks to enter the EU and they would pay a high price for this transport. Often they would pay with their human rights as well. And what Ms. Pariat said, I can agree with. This is a comprehensive approach. She compared it to a puzzle. I see it as a huge mosaic with a lot of different stones, and each stone is equally important. And if we work on the implementation of each part of this mosaic, we can get the results that we hope for. Ms. Paria, your final word. Do you believe, as Ms. Johansson said, that this pact will conclude this dramatic overview of migration situation, and that this is bring improvement for Europe?
Well, I think we can't fail because we failed once. And we see that not having a system that functions correctly creates problem to everybody, and I would even say is toxic for the European Union as a whole. So I think this pact is an honest endeavor to bring a solution to an issue that has been on the table for 5 years now. And we have no other choice than try to find a way to solve it. We have taken the lessons from what has failed in the previous proposals. We have listened carefully to all the member states to take on board their sensitivities. Migration is a complex problem, and it's true, and I fully acknowledge that it takes its roots in the fact that in a number of countries in the world, people cannot stay and cannot make a living where they are. So we have to work on that dimension. So that's why we need to bridge the different policies that we are developing to help that. But there is also one thing that we know is that we cannot accept millions and millions of people because they can't make a living in their home place. So we have to be able to help them to improve the conditions in their home, to reduce conflicts in the world, and this is another big issue. But for those who deserve protection, we have to be able to provide that to them. And there is a need, because we are a free area, the Schengen free area, where the external borders of the EU are also the borders of the countries inside the EU, we have to work on workable systems for solidarity. So I know this pact, probably, as my commissioner usually says, this will make nobody happy. We know that. But what we want is that everybody is considered sufficiently acceptable to be worked on, to be improved, and that everybody stays around the table because, as I said, we have no right to fail. So it's the future of Europe that is also at stake in our ability to build a sustainable system for managing migration and asylum in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Paria. It was a pleasure to having you. Hvala lijepa I državnoj tajnici.
I would like to thank the State Secretary at the Ministry of Interior, Ms. Terezia Gras, and Ms. Snezhana Gregorovic from the Institute for Migration and Ethnic Studies. Thank you for being with us. I'm sure you had a lot more questions, but when you have 4 women at the table, then there's no room for questions. Thank you, and please stay with us for the rest of the day. Now we have a lunch break. Is that right?
Još jednom dobar dan.
Once again, hello. Thank you to all of those who came back after lunch, and welcome to all of you who just joined us. We will be discussing rule of law and human rights at the Western Balkans. We know that the key challenge in Western Balkans country is exactly rule of law and human rights, and this is the biggest obstacle for all 6 countries who want to join the EU. Fact is that the real effect of these countries when talking about rule of law is quite modest. They are lagging behind. This is a trend confirmed not only by the Commission, but also other reports like Freedom House Index. So in the next hour, we will be discussing this topic. You will also be able to ask questions and join our discussion. It is my great pleasure to welcome our speakers. Dr. Senada Šelošabić from the Institute for Development and International Relations, then from Human Rights House Zagreb, Ivan Novosel, then Chairperson of European Affairs Committee in Croatian Parliament, Domagoj Hudović, and His Excellence, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Croatia, Dr. Robert Klinke. Welcome. We will start with the ambassador of the country currently presiding of the EU Council. So, big challenge are human rights and rule of law in the Western Balkans. What do you plan as a presiding country? What do you plan on doing in regards these 6 candidates from Western Balkans?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Storic, for having me this afternoon. And it's better like this. And thank you.
I think you better move your headphones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as we get together and understand each other, everything's fine. Thank you very much for your for this invitation, and thank you very much for your question. Well, the way ahead seems to me quite clear, because under our presidency, we would like to see 2 milestones materialize, namely the opening of accession talks with Northern Macedonia, and should the criteria be met also with Albania. I mean, we've been preparing all that for years, and this hopefully happening within the next 3 months. I would consider that as almost turning point, another turning point in milestone for not only these 2 countries, but also for the rest of the region.
Dr. Šelošabić, is rule of law, human rights, is this really the biggest challenge for Western Balkans countries? We're talking about entering the EU, and why? I would say that if it's not the biggest challenge, it is one of the biggest challenges when talking about building up societies. We are talking about rule of law. This is the basis of how to create democratic, transparent, progressive societies. We are not building kingdoms. We are not building authoritarian societies. So rule of law is the basis. These are the values which create European institutions. The problem is when you have some rules written down, but in reality, those who are supposed to protect those rules and implement those rules, they're not following the same rules. Then you have corruption, then you have a misusage of information, misusage of power, trading of information, and so on. What I would say now is the time to start openly discussing these issues and to do something in order to deal with those issues, to deal with these challenges. International community or European Union cannot deal with local problems, but there is a lot that the European Union can do in order to ensure rules of the game. in these countries. We can use some examples maybe later on. Mr. Novosel, what are your experiences? Why is the rule of law and human rights one of the biggest problems in the region? What I need to say is that rule of law and democracy, this is the basic European value. These are the bases, the pillars of the European Union upon which we can build our mutual trust. This is important, not only for the freedom of market, but also for the judiciary and so on. What we see or what we know from Croatian example is that when we became a part of the EU, when we talk about reforms in the area of democratic institutions, human rights, judiciary, these reforms are quite important in order to raise the standard of human rights protection. Croatia has gone through this same experience. This is a huge opportunity for reforms for all the countries who want to access the EU. When we see Croatian experience and before that of Romania and Bulgaria, or maybe best example are the 10 countries who became part of the EU back in 2004, we can see a guarantee that processes happening in the Western Balkans regarding reform potential are much slower. And we can see that they are not irreversible. So they are actually going back. Corona crisis, introducing special situations and state, reducing of human rights in Western Balkan countries. We've seen examples which were quite violent, even examples of torture. This definitely is not something that can that would be an ideal example how a future member state can function. So in those societies, there are a lot of challenges on the field, and European Union, when we compare it in relation to Croatia, European Union has an additional problem. This is a credibility, issue of credibility towards these countries, because European Union, we have countries like Hungary and Poland. We've had first report on the rule of law made by the Commission in quite diplomatic way for both Hungary and Poland. It clearly shows very serious problems with systematic human rights violations. So if an EU is an organism, then it has a very difficult task to show Western Balkan countries how to actually implement reforms. It seems to me that if we don't find a way quickly how we can, within the EU, we can question what are our problems and how we are developing these systems, we will find ourselves in a situation that at one moment we will accept countries who will still have the same problems like Hungary and Poland have right now. And this will sabotage the European project. Mr. Hajdukovic, Croatia also had a lot of work regarding chapters 23 and 24. Is Croatia now cooperating with countries from the region? Hello to everyone. This is a serious topic, but not only because it is a serious topic, this is a difficult problem because we've just had lunch, you know, so. Regarding Croatia, we've shown several times that this region holds a special interest for Croatia. For us, stability of a region is the way towards European integrations. When we talk about the Western Balkans, it is in our interest to follow rule of law and European standards. If we do so, we will have a guarantee for security and safety and ensuring not only Croatian interests, but also ensuring others' interests, which is peace, first of all. So our interest is to protect our minorities, our economic interests. So Western Balkan countries are important partners to us. And Croatia wants to help everyone who wants to be helped on their way to European Union. What we've heard from my colleague just now, recently there was a European Commission's report on rule of law. And we didn't receive a lot of compliments in this report. I have to say this. Only guarantee of ensuring interest of stability in this region is rule of law. I'm a historian, so I could talk about this whole day. Why is there no long tradition of democracy? We could talk about sources of problem, but we could also discuss solutions. One of the solutions, what needs to be a catalyzer of reforms, are reforms in countries who want to become EU members. Another thing is education. In many panels that I've participated in, and I'm glad that we've already discussed roles of different institutions, what are their competences, what are the competences of Parliament and the Commission. So we've reached a new level, and this is a discussion on the rule of law, but also discussion on the multi-annual financial framework, about the national development strategy and so on. So we've managed, at least in Croatia, to raise the level of awareness on a much higher level. This is what we need to do. We need to educate our new generations about this. This is so-called civic education. So we need to educate people about our rights, but also obligations. We have colleagues from the region, so if you want to participate in our discussion, please just give me a sign. I would just like to say that this is all nice, and it's good to have a goal if you want to enter the EU, to have a final goal. But fundamentally, with or without EU membership, question is what kind of society all of us want. EU cannot be a reason for doing or not doing something. We need to discuss how to, for example, protect minorities because we want to be a society that protects minorities. Is the low level of rule of law and human rights protection, is this a result of authoritarian societies or a lack of democracy? How do you explain this?
I fully subscribe to what Senator just has said. So, is the basic question seems to me that all countries, their state and society, they have to make their choice, namely what kind of state, what kind of society do we want to be, and every kind of adopting things, changing things, reforming circumstances. The question behind is, are you doing it for the EU or are you doing it for yourself? Basically, they have to do it, and they should do it for themselves. And actually, it was also a couple of months ago when we've been discussing the possible accession, opening of accession talks with the two countries I've referred to. And one ambassador of the region approached me and said, "Thank you so much for telling us what you expect from us." Because, as I said, the German Bundestag formulated a set of prerequisites, of points which had to be fulfilled, and people were extremely grateful. I would have expected they say, "Well, now you come, you Germans and you Europeans, and starting to tell us." No, quite the contrary. So it all turns out that it's all the rule of state is not the rule of law is not a mystery. It's the basis, it's the fundament, as you said. So for the protection of democracy, for the protection of fundamental rights, and of course, at its core, also translated by functioning judiciary, access to judiciary, etc., etc. Everything we've heard, and we certainly also will continue to discuss later this afternoon. So, and this is one of the points I really want to stress again. So, You're doing it, or those who wish to join the EU, they're doing it for themselves. They don't do it for the EU.
But in that sense, there's always the danger of only formally meeting some demands or the change of behavior after the accession to the EU.
Been saying it doesn't make sense to make an effort and then thinking, oh, now we're in the club, it's all done. No, quite the contrary. So it's on the one hand you have the prerequisites. They're open, they're transparent. This is the whole bunch of chapters to be addressed, and no doubt where from or amongst them the rule of law chapter is one of the most important. That's why, and the most difficult for some partners. That's why you put it in the beginning, but not because it's difficult. Because again, as we've said, so it translates into, or it leads us to the very basis and the fundament of things. And the other basket, in a way, completely different discussion is when you're part of the club, then to see what kind of rules and regulations apply, how to best fulfill the requirements of the rule of law, how to even improve issues of rule of law. And there are a number of rules, avenues, tools, instruments, which again on the table, very, very open and very clear. And we as presidency have also made a proposal, and will try to even broaden this the toolbox, so to speak. Yeah.
Ms. Šabić, what do you think? Is there any danger of only formally meeting the criteria and not truly implementing the reforms? Absolutely, yes, there is this possibility. We saw that already. So the experience of accession of certain countries, especially in 2004, in 2007, 2013, I would say as well, shows that a lot of things can be done only formally, but in reality, they do not come true. So we truly should learn something from the past and not repeat our mistakes. And I come back to responsibility and awareness of citizens and their representatives, that within their own countries, their communities, we need to think about the state as some sort of family. What do we truly want? Where do we see ourselves? Why are we headed that way? And so on and so on. But to broaden this discussion on the rule of law with what Mr. Ambassador said, he mentioned the judiciary. And this is truly important, especially for the people who see the rule of law as something, oh, they only care about the protection of religious minorities, sexual minorities, and so on. And we just want to work to have our jobs, and we don't care about anything else. But without rule of law, there is no growth. There are no investments. It's a fundamental value. Without the rule of law, you don't have the judiciary system that will protect you, because you risk your assets, your property. You as entrepreneurs, you will not be protected by the judiciary system. If that system does not function, then your economy will not grow. Look at the countries who are facing corruption, and these are not wealthy countries, and they cannot cope with a system that doesn't implement the rule of law. If we look at the statistics from the Western Balkans, the reasons that people say why they leave these countries, first or second reason, depending on the year or country, are either the lack of jobs or corruption. But they're actually interrelated, and you can see them as one issue. And people are leaving these countries because they don't see their future in these countries. This is a cancer of these societies. Until we solve this, we can only solve some other issues partially. We can talk about reconciliation, we can talk about the construction of roads, but if you don't have the content, We don't even need the roads or bridges or anything else if there are no people who want to build their future there. So, Mr. Hajdukovic, is such situation in our societies in the region a consequence of young democracies? You can see that way as well. This is one of the reasons. But politically speaking, I will go back to this topic. So, to be the part of the club of the EU is a huge incentive for the ones who want to become the members of that club. I've been in politics for a long time, and I can talk about how much we have matured as a society, as a state. There is some progress. Would this progress exist if we didn't strive to become part of the EU? Well, it's a matter of discussion. But judiciary system is cancer of everything, because if you don't solve that, if you don't heal that part, then nothing will function. If somebody cannot protect your work, your investment, your goods, your assets, then there's a problem. And you're right about that. In the post-socialist heritage, there's also some role there because we have young democracies in this area. We can go back to ex-Yugoslavia. But I do not want to go into too much detail and talk about history and about socialist Yugoslavia and socialist countries that existed in the area. But this cannot be something that we use as an excuse, because young people are not educated to be responsible citizens, and that's important. Politicians will always react under pressure. We can here talk about the pressure from Brussels, and it's sometimes very useful because sometimes our politicians say, oh, I wouldn't do that, but you know, Brussels says that we have to do it that way and so on. So our citizens still haven't understood something fully from the entire region and Croatia. They didn't understand their power because pressure groups are created by people. Raising awareness on the importance of citizens. This is extremely important. And I'm afraid until their pressure from Brussels, big bad Brussels, and citizens themselves, then there will be no changes. When you ask people why they leave Croatia, some leave because some people have good jobs and good salaries, but they're leaving because of the society, because institutions don't function and they're not respected. And they don't have the feeling that people are protected. This is something that we need to change, and this is the experience that Croatia can offer to the region. How to change some things, how to educate the public. I often say that politicians have to enlighten societies. Sometimes these European topics are unfamiliar to the public, and therefore we need to educate them. We need to show the citizens how important they are and how they're of key importance in the entire process. And next year, there will probably be the conference on the future of Europe, and this will be a good opportunity to communicate some things clearly. And Union should be quite not open when talking about the state in some of state of affairs in some of the countries. And this is something we're going to talk about, that some decisions can be made in a more efficient way. And we also have to stick to our values. We have to ensure all the citizens of the EU, citizens of all the member states, equal access to the rules of the game, equal rules to the judiciary system, and security and safety for all. Mr. Novosel, what Hajdukovic said, is there any pressure from below, from the citizens? What's the situation with the civil society? Well, the best time to make pressure and to introduce changes is the accession to the EU. But the problem is that after that, everything stops. So it was clear in Croatia when the Treaty on Accession was signed, the door for any progress or reforms when systemic thinking were closed. Croatia is not an exception in that sense. It's when we think about the political processes, this is logical, but we're talking about something that is a fundamental problem. This is an elephant in the room that we do not talk about, and that is that the process of Europeization is not harmonized in the way it targets and treats institutions and society. This is our experience. There is a huge pressure and input on institutions to reform. In Croatian context, this went quite well. 50% of the things were reformed. However, when this famous EU conditionality goes away, then this society that has been neglected, such as the Croatian society, a Croatian context, starts exerting pressure on institutions and creating chaos. And they're exerting pressure on politicians, then there's chaos and going back to some past times, like the referendum on marriage, collecting signatures for limiting the rights of national minorities, linguistic rights. And we can go into legal issues, but now everything that we're talking about is a European civilization standard. And in my opinion, or in our opinion, opinion of my institution, is the main problem that EU has related to the enlargement policy is that they do not deal with the society. There is no strong, comprehensive policy on how to insert or inject this into the society. So I think educational policy is extremely important in this respect. Croatia, as an example which is closest to me, still doesn't have a systemic civic education or education on human rights. This is some electoral subject and nobody chooses it. So systemically, our children for 30 years have not been taught on their rights and obligations on democratic institutions and so on, in the country and in the region and so on. That's what I mean when I say that people are neglected in this respect. The EU and member states need to introduce a reform on how they access the enlargement process and think about how they target these educational processes. We see that our post-socialist societies, especially societies without democratic capital, we don't have democratic history as such. In the Western Balkans, the societies have been additionally brutalized by war. So there's no power, there's no internal power for the implementation of these reforms independently. We need an impulse from the outside. We can achieve that through education. Unfortunately, with this, there was a meeting in Luxembourg in spring this year, and Macron and French new criteria and so on. This is an important issue. It hasn't been addressed. Judiciary is important. It does solve present generations, but in my opinion, the biggest problem is the education system and the society that we produce through it. Present-day generations are a lot more conservative and anti-modernist than the generations up to 90s. Recent research in Croatia alone on the example of high school children in gymnasiums in Zagreb show terrifying data that around 50% of school children or high school children in Croatia think that homosexuality is a mental disease. And there's also social distance towards having a partner who is of a different national minority and so on. Mr. Klinke, can European Union change its approach in this part that Mr. Novosel mentioned, approach towards the Western Balkan countries?
Well, I would not necessarily refer everything to the EU and to Brussels. Why? First of all, I'm not particularly a friend of this Brussels bashing. And funnily enough, what we've also seen in this discussion is, on the one hand, we call for broader participation of the people and involvement of the people and so, but starting from the then following sentence, we concentrate on the Council and we concentrate on the Commission. There is the European Parliament. This is the part of the participation of the people, so this should be clearly taken into perspective, and also the involvement of the NGOs and the overall decision making is quite positively remarkable, I'd say. And the second remark I would like to make is when I would fully support your call for introducing civic education as a subject in schools. Not just because of Europe, but because of everything we've been touched upon, also minorities, and also again the question, also within the EU, not just looking at the countries in the region, within the EU, Croatia as a member of the EU. So what do we want? We want politically matured citizens, educated citizens, active citizens, responsible citizens who act responsible and who understand. And there's no need to refer to the EU or to wait for regulation. Just do it. Yeah? Like most of our member states have it. Yeah? And I wouldn't have haven't become a lawyer if I hadn't had a civic education. That's for sure. Yeah? Let alone a diplomat. Well, this happens then afterwards. But whatever. So, but I mean, this is so important. This is really a key for also building trust between government and people, parliament and people, state institutions, and allowing for shared feeling of not only of identity but of responsibility in all respects. So again, so this is something where I'm sure Croatia could be an excellent example, and again a bridge to and a mentor for others who aspire to join the club.
Mrs. Shelo Shabic, what we've heard from the ambassador, it sounds very simple. People need to be educated, responsible, mature, but the situation, it seems, is not like that. The government is not like that. Situation in the region is different in different countries. So you can't use the same recipe, for example, fighting corruption, combating corruption, be applied in all these countries. What do you see? What would be the path that the Western Balkan countries need to take? Where is the solution? When you asked a British gardener, why do you have such a good cow? And why do you have such a good garden? Well, we've been, using and cultivating this garden for the last 500 years. That's why it's so nice. That's why we have such good animals. No, the point is you need to have time. European Union has a goal that so European Union represents a great goal for all of those who need an additional incentive to do something. But we also know that there will be no quick enlargement, and this is okay. This does not mean that European Union has forgotten about this part of the world, nor that these countries don't have other work that needs to be done before they become EU members. And this is a completely legitimate issue. we find ourselves insulted because the EU is not accepting us in the speed that we thought it will be. But I can't sit somewhere 10 years and wait simply for someone to ask me to participate in a game, for example, if I'm not also being proactive. If I'm new in something, of course, I will not be invited to participate right away. But if I work on myself, then I will be invited sooner or later. We are all aware that politicians often, very often, lie, and I use this word deliberately. They lie to their citizens on behalf of some sort of stability. But this cannot go on. We have a whole number of problems and challenges, and to work with politicians who are deeply corrupted, who have authoritarian tendencies, who ignore institutions, who ignore some democratic rules. They should not even be at the table, let alone negotiate with the EU. Also, yes, if they were legitimately chosen as representatives of the people, yes, but we can also communicate with the citizens. I already see some changes. I've seen in European Union's representations. I've seen more activities on the local level, especially during this pandemic. We are always thinking globally, but we've seen during this pandemic that we actually have to think and live locally, on the local level. So I have to remind that primary responsibility is on ourselves. We also have to take a part of the responsibility, not only put it on the people, on the politicians that we've elected. Of course, yes, we voted for some people, but some of those people that we voted for were actually, charged and sentenced for corruption. What do you think about people? Why did people voted for politicians who were actually charged and sentenced for corruption? Is this a mentality issue, or the fact that it has been the same for the last few decades? I don't think there's a simple question. I think that Mr. Klinke actually knows about this issue, but I think this is a combination of different factors. What Mr. Hajdukovic mentioned, the way we functioned during communism times, during socialism. Yes, it's been 30 years. It seems a lot, but it actually isn't if you put it in a historical perspective. We didn't have a lot of time for such things. There's a cure. We need to educate our future generations. We need to work with them in order for them to be more proactive, to work on their lives, their careers, to change the system and not to let the status quo continue. I think that Agency for Fundamental Rights of EU published a report this year where it said that in Croatia, more than 80% of people think in Croatia you need political influence in order to get a job. This is a perception of Croatian people, and perceptions are difficult to change. So we need to work more on actually changing these perspectives in order to change the situation. Mr. Hajdukovic, so perception of people and the trust in institutions, it's on a very low level. Unfortunately, yes. Short intervention that my colleague Novosel mentioned. I would like to share a story from my previous life, as I like to say. When I was a teacher, how the values in our society changed. You remember we used to write, those short essays. What do you want to be when you grow up? I don't know, in the previous regime, everyone wanted to be police officers or auto mechanics and so on. Girls wanted to be teachers or hairdressers or maybe pilots. Do you know what the situation is nowadays? All boys want to be football players and all the girls want to be football players' wives. A lot of factors contributed to this situation. We've mentioned some of them. This is why the situation is like this nowadays. Our institutions are not functioning. Something fundamentally is rotten in not in Denmark, but in Croatia. Independence of judiciary in Croatia. People think that there is no independent judiciary, and that is a very, very bad thing. If you look at different examples, you have a lot of people who became rich overnight, who became rich through corruption. And this is sending a very wrong message to the people. This is a vicious circle that needs to be broken by educating people. And also, if laws are not implemented or standards are not implemented, you also have educational system which needs to be functional in order to actually educate our young people. We must not allow for the apathy to flourish. We cannot allow for the people to think that you only need politics and corruption in order to get a job. Mr. Klinke, a question for you. How do you explain that despite that a lot of member states have high standards of rule of law, EU still has a big challenge according to the European Commission's report, new report? So there is a different level of Europeization within the EU itself. How do you explain that?
Oh, thank you very much. Before coming to that, I would like to get away with 3 myths in all this debate. The first one is what we've heard here, referring to the partners in the region. They are so young and we don't know. Forget about it. Because I just think about, well, old civilizations like Northern Macedonia or Albania, just ask them what's behind, and I'm sure you'll get an expose of each at least 5 hours. So this would be far beyond this. And right so, by the way, far beyond this panel discussion. So there are we talk about old civilizations, and up to this day, it has been quite clear what is right and what is wrong. So this we don't know, we're too young, forget about it. Second point, I know very well that we have this animated discussion under the auspices of the EU. However, talking about anti-corruption, just take an example. All of these countries are members of the Council of Europe, with the Croatian General Secretary, by the way, and we have this most useful instrument of Greco, also chaired by a Croatian, by the way. So, and this is most substantial guiding line. Also, when you talk here to the responsible, they say, oh, we are fine because we have the Greco recommendations on board and on anti-corruption and addressing the rule of law, and we are living up to it, and there's a constant reporting and this and that. So all what the EU is doing is also part of that. So I'd favor very much a more comprehensive approach on that. And third remark, if I may, is what you've just said, and rightly so. I'd be very cautious in waiting or calling for the Big Bang approach on on anti-corruption, on an independent and qualified and efficient judiciary, and so forth. Taking anti-corruption, it won't fall from the sky. There won't be the Big Bang. It's about our behavior, each one of us in our everyday life, in our everyday political life, in our everyday political, economic life, and so on. This is the way ahead, I'm sure. This is very tiring, might be painful, but that's the way. It won't come from the outside, I'm sure. So, and your question, Mr. Sorge, was...
Question was, pitanje...
The question was, report of the European Commission on the rule of law.
I think it's really a historical step. For the first time, this has been done. So we've been waiting for that for quite some time, and we, as a presidency, want to take this as a basis not only to follow the horizontal discussion on issues which will follow, but to enrich our dealing with the challenges of the rule of law, not only by infringement procedures, not only by Article 7, but by also by a forward-looking, open and constructive dialogue on the rule of law, making use of a best practice approach, what some of us have been doing in the OECD, for instance. So this instrument of a peer review, so talking amongst equals, advising each other, and looking for best practices and for approaches which make sense. This is the way ahead for me. Thank you.
Da, zanimljivo, skupine u
Thank you. Key groups in the European Parliament welcome this report of the European Commission, and some of them want to even introduce fines of some member states that do not stick to the rules, but the relation wouldn't be equal between the member states, but there we would have to need an adult who would decide who broke the rules and who. Well, this adult is European Commission, and it takes care of whether contracts and agreements are being respected or not. The Commission finally came up with this report on rule of law, and this is very good. It's a topic of another discussion of what is missing in it. There are some things regarding human rights and a broader understanding of the rule of law, but that's a topic for another discussion. I think it's very good. This is a very good step forward, and that the Commission did this is very good. And the Council currently presided by Germany, and I think a year or so it initiated together with Belgium and another country, I cannot remember which one, the initiative regarding this peer-to-peer review. And this moment within the EU was missing, not in the context of preventive role. The treaty on the EU foresaw only nuclear option in the Article 7 to disable voting. And it's very important to connect all this and to connect this with regular monitoring and timely discussions. Probably at some point, this report will be connected to the European semester so that we can get this financial envelope. And it will be important to insist on European Parliament and on taking its role. And here you will get 3 actors that have more conservative roles in the context of European affairs. Our job as a civil society organization and academies and citizens in general is to exert pressure on the European Commission to introduce tricky questions as well. Best example for Croatia is when we talk about the rule of law, is that the situation of the lack of cooperation of the police with the ombudsman for human rights and so on, and police procedures and so on. And this is a huge issue when it comes to the rule of law. There's a number of questions related to that. I'm not going to go into detail. That's on the level of the EU. And what needs to be worked on the national level, what additionally opens the possibility for discussion with interested public and strengthening of our institutions, that part refers to these questions. And this also means that we need to discuss about these issues on a local and national level. And I think this is, Mr. Hajdukovic, this is the job for your institution. Maybe you will need to talk about this. You understand and know better about these things. And we need discussion that involves decision makers, representatives of the government, as well as all other stakeholders from civil society organizations and the academia, and all the European forces that aim to improve the system. Because through such a dialogue is the only way to achieve what Mr. Klinka said, and that is that we cannot wait for a big bang, but we need to work on these small steps forward. Croatia, at least in this part related to rule of law and human rights, has a lot of room for improvement, at least 4 national strategies, implementation plans, and of course to get funds to implement these things. I just want to warn you that we are talking about the countries from the region and the candidate countries. Mr. Shabic, Ms. Shabic, you collaborate with scientists from the region, you meet with them. Do you have any insight whether there's a critical mass or will in the academic community and decisiveness to make some changes when it comes to human rights and rule of law? It's difficult to generalize. There are some fantastic individuals who do a fantastic job. However, generally speaking, I think there is potential. And if I am to be a bit critical, we shouldn't count on politicians. I think the media, at least looking at the Western Balkans media, is not free. Artists are quite depressed. Academia excluded itself. So I think the most propulsive sector that could and can do something is the business sector. And a lot of people, young people, they see working or doing some good things through various initiatives. And in my opinion, if you want to stay here and develop your business, if you want to employ people and so on, at some point you have to become interested in institutions and the functioning of the system. What we have seen so far is that they're trying to exist under the radar. They're not interested in what institutions and politicians are doing, but at some point they have to become interested in that. From the position of a progressive politician, I would start building relations with them. And where the pressure comes from, this is what we are talking about. When you have a small group or a small NGO and they're transparent on the streets, is something different from having people with serious businesses who say, we cannot go on like this, we have to change something for us to be able to survive and strive. And it's not everything is so black. So if I may share something with you, and I generally agree with everything you said, what Croatia should do and so on, but we mentioned Germany many times today, and I would like to congratulate the ambassador on the 30 years of unification of Germany. And I want to mention a story from Germany. 5 or 4 years ago, I was at a meeting where host was Germany Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they took us for dinner, and the lady from the ministry told us, nothing has been chosen from the menu, you can choose whatever you want, and you can have 1 alcoholic drink. If it were up to us, this wouldn't be allowed in Germany because this was an official meeting. But since we have guests from France, you can have one alcoholic drink. And a waiter came to this lady, and she chose what she wanted, and he asked whether you want something to drink. She said, yes, I would like a glass of wine, red or white. Red? Which one? And she said, I don't know, tell me what you have. And then the waiter listed wines that they had, like 3 of them, and she thought about it and said, and which one is the cheapest? And waiter said this one, and she said, I will have that one. And I couldn't believe what was happening. And I said, I couldn't believe what I heard. In my country, if somebody offered you something for free, you will take the most expensive thing from the menu, and you will not even think about whether you like it or not. And she said, we are in such a fine dining restaurant that every type of wine is so good. And why would I pay more for something that is good as it is? And I will pay 4 euros and not 6 euros for it. And that's, I thought to myself, that's why you are where you are and we are where we are. And so that's this micro dimension. There's no huge intervention and somebody who will save us. There's no big bang, but each of us needs to be aware whether he or she contributes to the state of society. So we need time. Will our generation live to see post-conflict societies in the region? Do you think that this will happen in our generation, or maybe the future generation, the people who will forget partisans, Ustasha, corruptions and wars, and when will it happen? Germany and France haven't forgotten yet, so it takes time, definitely, although they did a lot, and we need to learn from their examples. These are wounds that take a long time to heal, but I think time is on our side if we work in a smart way. Since we are nearing the end, I would like to mention some topics that are important for future consideration. We need to learn, when we talk about Western Balkans, I think this conference on the future of Europe is also of key importance for Western Balkans, because European Union was a project of the elites, and everything was okay, everything functioned well, as long as these elites were putting a lot of effort into these values and into this plan. But what happened is that these elites started working actually quite the opposite things. So there was a shift. They stopped being devoted to this project. So I think next 2 months will be key problems. We will talk about economic deficit. European Parliament is the only directly elected body from the entire Union. It's not even the Commission or the members of the European Parliament. This link was missing, and a lot of European affairs were not transparent. They were left up to the governments, and this is something that we are trying to change. And we are trying to teach our colleagues from the region that they need to have this scrutiny. They need to question things, and they need to encourage the government to be more efficient, transparent, and better. That's our role. And I believe that in discussion on the future of Europe, we will also touch upon these things, why decisions cannot be made quickly and efficiently when this is needed, why we cannot punish or award, and why we cannot have mechanisms through which the Union can regulate the rights of its citizens. We often forget that we are part of a bigger family and we need to have a broader perspective. We need to think continentally, although we are locally in Croatia. So there are a lot of challenges ahead of us. I'm looking forward to this discussion. And I mentioned a lot of times that partners in this discussion must not only be politicians, but we also need to have business sector, NGO sector as well, the academia, and all the ones who have something to say about this issue. And in the end, what Ms. Šabic said, what you talked about, business sector, I think these conditions are being created in Croatia and beyond. The best example is IT sector that employs young, educated people, and when they come out of the garage or some business incubator, then they start to think about these problems. And then they do care why the judiciary doesn't function and why the institutions don't function. And they do care that they cannot solve some problems that they need to solve. Rimac Cars is the most famous example from Croatia, but I can list you a number of IT companies you've never heard about, but they're quite good companies, they have good businesses, and they are highly respected in international circles. And numerous projects, collaborations, local government units, states profit from these businesses, and they set some new standards. Osijek Software City, for example, is a project that is something, this is something I often mention, and I present it as a model of how a society should function. You need to be motivated to change something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadujic. We've reached the end of this panel discussion. I would like to hear some final words. It always seems we have a lot of time, but at the end, a lot is left unsaid. Mr. Klinke, rule of law, human rights at the Western Balkans. What is your message to Western Balkan countries in 2 sentences, if possible?
I would beg to differ that the Franco-German reconciliation was a project of the elites. It's about getting people together of all layers of society, particularly the young people. And this brings me back to our case here. So my last sentence would be, get your young people together from Croatia, from the region, get Croatia, support RICO now, after all. This is one of the key devices to learn from each other. This is not only an experience with Franco-German reconciliation, this is an experience of the German-Czech reconciliation, of the German-Polish reconciliation, etc., etc. Get young people together and support that. First sentence. Second sentence, we've had so many analyses, we've had so many talks. Thank you very much for this round. But more important is just do it and do it now. Thank you.
Gospođo Šelo-Šabić, hoće li to biti izvedivo u sljedećih?
Mrs. Šelo-Šabić, will this be possible in the next 10 years? Will the 6 countries of the Western Balkans, will they be able to fulfill the conditions in 10 years? It's a bit difficult to give an estimation. If judging by the trends right now, no. But I also know that things can change very quickly. So I'm going back to us, what Mr. Ambassador also said. We don't need to lose time trying to find solutions. We do have solutions. It's only a matter of political will. And this is the key of everything. We need to finish because we've already overstepped our allotted time. So thank you very much for joining us, participating in this discussion. Thanks to all of you who listened to this discussion.
Dobro, dobar dan.
Good afternoon. I've changed my position. I'm not the one who's going to answer the questions, but I will ask the questions. They told me this is a much simpler task. I'm happy to welcome you at this fourth panel called Freedom of the Press in the Western Balkans. Freedom of the press, media freedom, this is a very open question or very broad question. What is freedom of the press? I always look at the UK's press scene and I ask myself, how would our press in Zagreb, Belgrade or Sarajevo see, how would they be perceived if they firmly supported only one political party, let's say? In Zagreb, we would say that this is a biased newspaper, for example. Is that the freedom of the press, or is the freedom of the press the situation in which the media is equally critical towards everybody? This is an outstanding issue. Is Fox, for defending Trump, less free media than CNN that attacks Trump? So the question is whether our public broadcasters in EU are more or less quality than private media. So this issue of freedom of the press and the media is quite elusive topic. Even with the rule of law and human rights, there's some sort of list that would say what human rights are and what is the rule of law. With the freedom of the press and the media, there is no such list. In 1994, Council of Europe defined some in the meeting of in Prague, but these are the roles of journalists. What is the freedom of the media? That's a big question. We hoped, a lot of us hoped, that the private ownership of the media would be a great thing, and we can see that in Croatia there are a lot of privately owned media that quite seriously pollute this area, this space. I'm talking about portals, for example. Our colleague from Belgrade and Danas and Bosnian and Herzegovinian television will talk to us today. And besides people present here, we also have Mr. Audris Perkauskas, deputy of the department head at the DG Connect, then Marko Kmezic, assistant professor at the Center for Southeast European Studies, and Mr. Oliver Vujovic, Southeast Europe Media Organization. They're online connected. They're with us through online connection. And now I would like to call Mr. Perkauskas to tell us how he, from his position, from DG Connect, sees the situation of this impalpable freedom of the press and media in the Western Balkans.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to intervene at your conference. You know, in Brussels, we might seem quite remote from Croatia, but in fact, we value these opportunities to go local and to speak to you. So, if I understood your question well, you are wondering what is our view on media freedom, on the station of media freedom in the Western Balkans. So, let me first of all say that tell you how we learn about the situation of media freedom in different member states. So, we have two tools at our disposal. The first one is so-called the Media Pluralism Monitor. This is an independent academic tool which the European Commission is co-financing. Media Pluralism Monitor is implemented by European University Institute, which is based in Florence, and it looks at the situation of media freedom and pluralism in a very comprehensive manner, because it assesses both legal, economic, and even social aspects of media freedom and pluralism. Then another tool, which is a new one and which is implemented by the Commission itself, is the Rule of Law report. You might have heard about this report because it was published 2 days ago on Wednesday this week, and it covers all member states of the European Union. As regards media freedom and pluralism, the report is focused and analyzes several aspects, such as independence of media regulators, transparency of media ownership, political interference of media, and safety and protection of journalists. Let me first of all underline that in the European Union we have good and bad examples almost in all member states. Perhaps how certain member states are different from other member states is that some member states, once they see an issue emerging, they tend to put in place rather quickly solutions to remedy the issue. And unfortunately, there are member states where problems persist for a number of years without noticeable progress on those issues. Now, coming to the situation in the Western Balkans, let's say we observed several trends. I think many Western Balkan countries, they are quite diligent in putting in place the necessary laws which underpin media freedom and pluralism, provide for freedom of expression, and provide for legal safeguards for activities of media and journalists. Where sometimes we see issues, they relate more to implementation of laws, so how they work in practice. For example, you might have heard about one particular issue whereby journalists may be subject to cases brought to courts in an attempt to silence their criticism, which might be directed at politicians or sometimes at business interests. So this is one of the problems that we noted in the region. Another type of problem relates more to occasional willingness of politicians to influence the media, either by directly owning media outlets, or more often by having links with media outlets indirectly, mostly through business structures. But having said that, one of the messages of the European Commission to member states is that in the rule of law report, what we want to achieve with the rule of law report is a dialogue with member states. So we want to list some issues which merit attention, and we want to discuss with member states how to improve on those issues. And the overall, the ultimate objective is that in the European Union, in all member states, we have viable democracies and rich and diverse democratic debates without constraints stemming from law or implementation of laws. So this would be my brief introduction. I'm of course happy to contribute to the debate and answer questions. Thank you.
Hvala vam lijepo na početku. Jasno, mi ćemo svi zajedno.
Thank you very much. Of course, we will all communicate. Mr. Vujovic, can you hear us? You've been in this business for years. Maybe we are the most senior professionals here. So I would like to hear about your experiences, conclusions regarding the development of the media in the Balkans. What was the situation 20 years ago? What is the situation today? Is there any progress? I will continue in English.
I would like to thank for the participation. And when we speak about the situation in the West Balkan, I will say very easy. In the West Balkan, nothing new. It means CIMO was founded in the year 2000, and now we have 2020, 20 years of our organization. And if I look back, more or less, the problems are similar. It means on one side, we have political pressure. On the other side, we have attacks on journalists and threats against journalists. Other problem is also on the journalist side. What I'm always saying is bad that some media are not respecting some basic professional standards. So if you look back for the past 20 years, I'm really not happy because we use a lot of energy. Our members use energy. European Union, OSCE, Council of Europe, different institutions are using a lot of energy and use in the past lots of energy to make the things better. But I have a feeling really it is not happening big changes. We don't have big changes. And especially, I would say, connected also to the fact that we have always new politicians. And new politicians try, of course, to stay in power. And then they find some new methods and some new events, some new ways to stay in power. And this is a big problem because we have partly, in some countries today, stronger political pressure on media than maybe 10 or 15 years ago in West Balkan countries. I will give only one country as a little better positive developments in the past years. As example, it's North Macedonia, where we have, after the changes, this Gruevski, a better situation today than it was maybe 5 years ago. But for the rest of the region, I will say the problems are similar. The problems are very big. And going from country to country, I will just present now for the region one number. The number is 249. It means that CIMO, our organization, registered 249 cases of threats, attacks, and pressure on journalists in the first 8 months of this year in the West Balkan region. So if you take all countries, 6 countries of the West Balkan, we have 249 cases. That number includes also what is new, of course, what was not in the year 2000 when we started, but now really a big problem are online threats, especially in the comments of readers. It means if a journalist publishes an article, we have sometimes really terrible comments by the readers. And the problem is that very often the online media are not doing what they should. It means we don't have good web editors, online editors, who are also taking care about these comments of the reader. Or they take care, but after some hours. So it happens that we have very bad comments and against some journalists, threats and so on, that are staying for hours online on some web portals of some very strong newspaper. So this is also, I would say, a little problem on the journalist or on the professional side. But that is the problem, we say, of the media owner, who in reality don't care. And this is also what I learned and what I understood really very good in the past 20 years. Most media owners don't show any interest that it becomes better. This was typically very visible by some foreign owners that were present in this part of Europe. And when I met them, very often they promised different things, that they will do a lot for education, for making higher journalism standards and so on. But at the end, the only interest was, I would say, profit. So for that reason, also the presence of foreign media owners very often is not a positive development. The only thing what we can say about positive regional development are some media that were founded by foreign money in the past years. I'm speaking about some electronic TV media channels that are covering several countries, and these TV channels are trying more or less to be more professional than the rest. So these are some positive examples. And also what I would say it's a big problem, we lost in the past 20 years a lot of quality media, quality newspaper. In most countries in the region, we are really missing today quality newspaper. Maybe we have one, or if it's good situation, two, but in some countries we are really with no quality newspaper. And that is a big problem. And the last thing is electronic media, online media, web portals, they are playing an important role, but still the coverage is a problem. It means we have sometimes very good journalist investigation, what was also now during COVID-19 in some online portals and web pages. But the normal, ordinary reader in the region is not checking these web pages. So the problem is the coverage, that still these media are not coming to each user that should maybe in some form use this media. And for that reason, I think there's also a lot to do still in the education of the people and to use in some form more serious online media. And we have to do also in the education of young people. And the final problem is, I would say, a big move of people in the newspaper, in the newsrooms, in the radio, TV. Very often young journalists start to work for 2, 3 to 5 years, and then they change. They go to politics, to PR, to marketing. So if you invest also money in the young journalists, if you like to make from a young journalist a good journalist, very often it's an investment that in long term doesn't bring anything, because this young journalist will be in 2 or in 5 years working for some PR company or marketing, but not more for the media where he or she started. So I will put these points as bigger problem in the West Balkan region. Thanks.
Thank you. At this panel, we have a unique opportunity to have people from the region present. So we have colleagues from Belgrade, from Sarajevo. So we were all discussing Western Balkans, but after Mr. Jujevic and before Mr. Knezic, I would like to ask my colleague from Belgrade, from Daily News Danas. After hearing this, all of this, I would like to hear your experience. Situation with the freedom of the press in Serbia is what you've heard earlier this year from the European Commission, from NGOs, from some professional associations, like Freedom House, Reporters Without Borders. Freedom House said that the situation of democracy in Serbia is a hybrid regime. It's not a democracy, the real democracy anymore. And this is related to the freedom of the press. Somebody mentioned how there aren't a lot of changes, like Mr. Vujovic said. In the last 20 years, there haven't been any major changes here in the Western Balkans. This is so. In my opinion, in Serbia, we had one interesting thing when the representatives of the government They reacted to one of our caricatures, our famous caricaturist, who has been working in journalism since 1997. He was always unpopular with those in power. He drew a cartoon caricature of a man who was beaten by a hooligan on the street. And it was a reprint actually of one of his older caricatures from the 90s while Milosevic was in power. So this says a lot how much has changed or hasn't changed since, you know, the classical authoritarian government, Socialist Party that we've had in the 90s, which were also partially warriors. Then we had a police officer who was beating that person in the caricature. Nowadays, it's not a police officer anymore, because, you know, we are trying to become an EU member, so police has to follow some rules. So it's not a police officer anymore beating down on persons. And secondly, Milosevic was actually quite tolerant towards cartoons. He wasn't so obsessed with the media and his own representation like some of our politicians nowadays. He always liked to brag when foreign officials visited that there is actually freedom of the press. But I don't think that the president nowadays or other politicians, they can't stand any cartoons or caricatures or any form of humor. They are so characterists are very, very unpopular and unwelcomed in Serbia nowadays. For example, maybe our characters are not so provocative like Charlie Hebdo in France, but they're still unpopular. So if you want to talk about freedom of the press in Serbia, this is one example. We can mention other ones. You hear a lot about how Serbia nowadays is under a hybrid regime, half authoritarian, semi-authoritarian regime. US are not applying pressure like they did during Milosevic regime, especially in relation to Serbia-Kosovo relationship. There isn't pressure from the outside nowadays. There is no awareness from the citizens. And in the media situation is a bit different because in Serbia, the majority of the media is under control, either of the state or some kind of hidden control. I think there's maybe one tabloid that's not pro-government, although I think even that one actually is pro-government. This is quite interesting. Thank you very much. So caricatures have always been in this region, have always been a problem. We've had one daily newspaper in Zagreb during socialist time. We had one caricature called Grga. And after first free elections, that characterist, he organized an exhibition of all the caricatures that he wasn't allowed to publish during socialism. So he always had to prepare at least 6 versions of the caricatures. and then his editor would tell him which one could be published. If you could see what, for example, the Times is doing to Boris Johnson or what it did to Theresa May, you'd know what the difference was. Now let us hear what is the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Maybe to quote Mark Dizdar, this little country is so divided.
Lately, there were no affairs with cartoons, although there are a lot of topics that could be covered by cartoons. It's a very complex situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina that differs in the Federation and in the Republic of Serbia. But we always had people who tried to limit media freedom, sometimes more, sometimes less. But lately in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are two main factors impacting the freedom of the media. First is a political influence and financial dependence. Politics tries to have control over the media, but still it's not everything that bad in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to mention the last survey of the International Organization for 2020, where they ranked the countries in the Western Balkans, and of all the countries in the Western Balkans, Bosnia and Herzegovina is in the first place, and 58th place out of 180 countries, but Bosnia and Herzegovina is in the 58th. Croatia is in 59th place. Here I would like to say that Montenegro was in the place 105, which is worse than the previous year, or in Serbia, had fallen by far by 3 places. And here it warns that in the pandemic era, on COVID-19, that true challenges will appear for journalists and the freedom of the press. So there are some challenging times ahead. Thank you. It's easy for you in Bosnia. It's not a problem. You have media from the Republic of Serbia who will guard the politicians in the Republic of Serbia, but they will write some bad things about federation and vice versa. You in the federation, you will protect your own politicians and you will attack Serbian politicians. But Mr. Kmezic, you heard a lot, so our colleagues said a lot. You heard from Mr. Vujovic. Let's hear about how the academia sees this issue. You deal a lot with the problematics of the Western Balkans, and how does the academia see this situation? Good afternoon. Hello to all the panelists. I will gladly take over the role of the devil's advocate. And you said, Mr. Tkanec, that the rule of law is defined, unlike the freedom of the media. But actually it is not. There is no document in which the rule of law is defined. There are different interpretations in different countries. If you ask somebody in Germany, or a professor of constitutional law in the UK, or prosecutor in Italy, they will all provide different answers, but they will all will have the same idea, more or less. They will know the basic elements of the rule of law. But we cannot define the freedom of the media. To each journalist, it's clear what are the negative aspects or negative definition of the rule of law, what are the conditions in which their reporting cannot be free and objective. And I would say that we're now talking about 4 basic pillars that the area needs to meet in which a journalist or researcher works. And this is the area where there is no political pressure, no economic pressure on him or herself or the media outlet. Then there's no defamation, for example, or the threat of defamation, and there are no threats and physical attacks or death threats to independent journalists. So these 4 pillars, I can notice that in the countries of the region, the countries we're talking about, all 4 pillars are present. Journalists function under political pressure, economic pressure, legal pressure, and very often this informal pressure that is no less important. And if we know that the situation was the same some 20 years ago, at the time of Milosevic in Serbia, specifically, and in the region in the context of some initial phase of consolidation of democracy. And if we compare it with the present situation, then we will see that actually situation in the Balkans can be called no news from the Balkans. But I would also like to list some things that are significantly different in the context of not only the experience of the present situation, but also some steps that were missed and that which could impact the situation or improve the situation nowadays. And currently, we see the lack of foreign financial help or assistance, which is one of the main, if not key, elements for the survival of the media in the war years in the Balkans. And you also said that you had high expectations of privatization, but it mostly led to conglomerization of the media and creation of new media elites that now controls and trades with its interest with the governing and power structures. And there's new media, new technologies, and there's a difference in relation to the 90s. And through the existence and functioning of new media, we do have the possibility and pluralization of the media, but also the possibility to manipulate, and pressure on the media is also much higher now, and it's more difficult to grasp and define them. And finally, there was a situation was not always the same. Some 10 years ago, there was an impetus, economic and social, and the freedom of the media followed this impetus because it also depends on the state of democracy. This is the fact. We also heard that the flourishing of tabloids, and I'm saying this from the position of consumer of the media, and also the lack of high quality journalism in mainstream media or reporting in mainstream media is a characteristic of a present day media scene. And finally, the last one is the role of the European Union. 20 years ago, we did not have a European Union as a factor that could form the media scene in the Western Balkans. And the European Union has this role and can perform this role. And I would stop here because I would say that the EU was relatively unsuccessful in attempting to form the media scene in the Balkans. Thank you, Mr. Perkauskas. We have to come back to you because there are several people here who are interesting. Mr. Knezic said financial support to the media. And today we heard that billions and billions of euros have been given to the Western Balkans, that a huge economic package is being prepared that will be presented next week. Where is the media here? Where is the possibility and the attempt of the EU to strengthen and empower media scene so that it doesn't have to suffer all these four types of pressure that Mr. Knezic mentioned?
Thank you very much for this very pertinent question. Indeed, I wanted to, listening to previous panelists, I wanted to touch upon it myself. And you rightly referred to a big package, so-called recovery package of financing, which has been agreed at the European Union level. Now, the question is how the money will be used. Of course, the EU, the Commission, and other institutions would understand if the money is primarily directed to healthcare institutions and the sector. But it's also very important, and it's recognized at EU level, that media should also be among beneficiaries of these recovery funds. So what we will do at EU level is that we will make sure that media is listed in so-called recovery funding guidelines among the sectors which should be prioritized for recovery funding. Then, in a way, it's up to media stakeholders in each member state to persuade their governments that they actually direct some of recovery funds to the media sector. And let's say there are already some encouraging examples. We know, for example, of a country in the north of the European Union, which is Latvia, where media sector is getting together, or more precisely, news media is getting together, small news media, to propose a common publishing platform so that their journalistic pieces can better reach audiences, and especially young audiences. And they are asking the government to use EU recovery funds to finance this kind of joint publishing platform. So this is just one example, but it illustrates very well how things should develop. So EU should play its role, so we should make sure that media is listed among the sectors which should benefit from the recovery funds, and then stakeholders should also play their role. They should make the case, a compelling case for financing using recovery funds. And of course, governments should also be positive to giving part of recovery funds to the media sector. Now, on the success of EU in the Western Balkans media scene so far, I would gladly acknowledge the criticism, because up to now, I would say that EU was not very proactive in the fields of media freedom and pluralism. I think in the EU we were kind of assuming that all countries which joined the European Union have strong democracies and will ensure media freedom and pluralism. But of course, the reality is a bit different, and issues and problems affecting negatively media freedom and pluralism, they pop up in different member states these days. So this is why I think this year is a bit of a turning point when European Union starts to recognize that we cannot take democracy for granted, but rather we should defend it, and we should nurture it like a fragile plant, if I could compare it like that. So apart from this rule of law report, which I already mentioned, the Commission will propose at the end of the year European Democracy Action Plan. So we will come up with actions to strengthen democracy across Europe, and media freedom and pluralism will be part of that European Democracy Action Plan. Thank you.
Hvala vam lijepo. A sada je s nama još jedan kolega.
Thank you very much. We have another colleague from the region, Mr. Duško from Northern Macedonia. Let us hear. Northern Macedonia is now a success story after the Prespa agreement. Yes, that's why I'm sitting here, yes. I apologize for sitting here. I was a bit late. But what's important is that we all understand each other and to understand the story in where Macedonia is right now. What my colleagues from Serbia talked about, what I hear especially from Serbia is the same thing we've suffered for 20 years. And after changing this authoritarian government, So everything is a revolution in our country. So what you're seeing right now in Serbia is something that started in Macedonia. Now it has only been perfected. Although I'm sorry about that. I thought that somebody from those politicians would learn from the mistakes done in Macedonia 12, 13 or 15 years ago. So I'm sorry to see what the situation is right now in Serbia. Situation in our country is chaotic. It's not like we don't have any freedom of speech, but we've gone completely in a different direction. Everyone expected change in some way when reforms were introduced in the electronic media because they are the most influential type of media, but it stopped. Previous government now was now re-elected. In previous 3 years, they did nothing because it's a political issue. Why? There is an agency for media. It's our regulator. You probably have something similar. We know the new members of this agency. We know the new members of the council of our public media service. But it needs to go through parliamentary procedures. We have a commission within the parliament, which is chaired by the opposition, and it has been blocked for 4 years now. Now they received a new mandate. We will see what the situation will be now. I always thought that there should be one media that will be the leader, but we don't have such a leader in Macedonia. I really think that there are resources, money available to have one such media, which will be the leader, who will pull all the other media forward. But right now, situation is at standstill. Why? I don't want to personify this case, but I will give you my own personal example where we were. In 2015, I resigned my editor's position at our national television because our system has not been functioning for the last 7 to 8 years. It was really difficult to take the pressure while we were under authoritarian government. I resigned. I said that I could not deal with the pressure. I told that openly. They accepted it. It was a surprise. There was a price. They reduced my salary by 30%. And I was isolated for a period. 2 years ago, I came back because the government changed. But it's interesting that at our national television, we have the same people who were appointed by the previous authoritarian regime. So in all these countries here in this region, we knew it was like an unspoken rule that those who were the leaders at national televisions, it was always their appointment was always a political decision. And all this is like a leitmotif when talking about reforms. I hope we will have time for questions. But what happened in Macedonia? Media, especially internet media, started self-regulating. They signed a platform that they will support journalism standards in media. This was a really big success for Northern Macedonia. So we've had some key reforms which were quite important for the media in general. New people in the Agency for Media, but we still have some issues. Mr. Vujovic, now we've heard about the privatization of the media in Western Balkans. It did not result in any positive outcomes. How, in what way can we start this procedure? How to move away from the position that Mr. Knezic mentioned, these four pressures, these four pillars? I think I'll try in local language. I think the solution is easy. Respect the laws, respect the rules, respect the regulations. This means that public media service should be independent and not an instrument of political figures. And in all countries in the region, I think that there is a big political pressure, and we know it's also a problem in other countries in the region. I think that it's simple. We need to leave journalism to journalists, and we need to find methods to reduce the pressure from advertisers and all of those related or connected to advertisers. Because many media houses or newspapers lost the quality because they agreed to work with the politicians, with the economy, and simply in that way, through this cooperation, this resulted in media becoming somebody's or something's instrument. Another big problem, we mentioned EU. Problem of the EU is quite clear. EU does not have mechanisms to deal with the problems of freedom of the press. So we can't expect from the EU to deal with these problems, considering that EU cannot even solve problems related to freedom of the press existing in member states. So you can do whatever you want in the EU, and that's a big problem. We have many member states who have the same problem with the same model. When they enter the EU, then corruption is back. Behavior patterns which were present before once again reappear. Another problem, EU, money. We've heard promises, there will be money. There will not be any money. Because this money, very often through non-transparent ways, end up in somebody else's pocket. So this money, those finances should be provided to the media directly. If you do not support direct financing, then you have problems of different slush funds. I will give you one example of daily newspapers in Serbia. They don't have any advertisers because they are blocked by the Serbian state. On the other hand, and the money that they received from the EU before, the amount is being reduced. So this daily newspaper, they are barely functioning, they are barely surviving. If European Union considered this a serious problem, they would try to help these newspapers who represent a voice against the government. It is important for the media to be critical in every country. And if you do not have that, and we don't have that anymore, we will have big problems.
Thank you, Mr. Kmezic. We've opened a very important issue. You talked about the rule of law system, and now we open the issue of how to redefine some rules of media freedom that should exist in the Western Balkans and in the EU as well, because even within the EU, the situation is not always great when it comes to media freedom. First of all, if I may, I would urge to observe media freedom and rule of law as similar thing as a part of the same package, which should be a part of Europe. And these are common problems. We heard from the previous speakers that problems related to media pluralism and freedoms are present within the EU, and some countries come from Malta, Slovakia, and so on, some bad examples. And now we are talking about the older member states, for example, Italy and others. We could also ask a question of the existence of a system of independent journalism. So where do I see the difference? Difference is in the system, democratic system of independent institutions that function within a broader scope of ensuring the rule of law and maintaining democracy in the society. So we're not talking only about regulatory bodies. Of course, this also refers to them, but we're talking about the functional triangle of police and judiciary system and law enforcing systems. And it should have function and have its own task forces. And we're talking about other regulatory bodies that will regulate the work of journalist associations. This is where I see the difference between these older and more experienced member states and the new ones. And actually, I can agree that the EU will not bring the freedom to the media and to the journalists, but actually through mechanisms that it can activate through the accession process of the new member states. European Union has the mechanisms, pressure mechanisms, to change the functioning of some of these institutions. We are talking about the pressure on institutions, not on the direct influence on the politics of the Balkans, but enabling their smooth operation. Their influence on these institutions would create preconditions for functioning of the media without political, economic, legal pressures, and so on. So this would be my opinion. And this is the role of the EU that now recognizes the mistakes from the past, and it devises new public policies within the EU where they can activate this nuclear option, where they can exclude one of the member states. It also enabled the European Court of Justice to play a more important role in defining facts on the infringement of the rule of law of member states and the prohibition of use of European funds, which is one of the sanctions that could be implemented in the case of states that are in the accession process. In case of the infringement of the rule of law and freedom of the media is also part of that chapter, European Union could demonstrate its power in freezing the accession process for the states that violate these values. Thank you, colleague. To try and play with if clauses. What if? Would the stop of negotiations with Serbia impact the freedom of the media in Serbia if the EU said this is because you do not respect media freedom? It's difficult to envisage this if you said what would happen if. But I believe it would in this hypothetical situation. That will never happen. I believe that this would impact or actually improve the situation of the media in that country, but that would have also another consequences that would benefit Serbia and its government. Of course, as our external political priority is to become a member of the EU, and if that's our goal, then we have to follow all the norms and standards that EU expects from Serbia as well as from all the other candidate countries. So I believe that in such situation, EU would not. Yeah, well, yes, it could make some. Actually, it would make some changes because we would have no choice. There would be no alternative, and this government and previous governments liked to state that we have some independent foreign policy. At the time of Boris Tadic, that it was based on 4 pillars: European Union, America, China, and Russia. But still, we have some sort of 4 pillars. There's some uncertainties there. I don't know how much people in Croatia and other countries are familiar with our delegation and Kosovo delegation headed by representatives in the White House, where some economic loan papers were signed. And at that moment, they were all so happy because they were close to Trump. And they were in the same room in which Angela Merkel visited him. And you saw the images. Trump was sitting at a big table. And so I'm Trump, and the president of Serbia was there somewhere. But this was a great honor. And then we oblige ourselves to do certain things. And then this looks like some huge foreign affair agreement. But we have to wait for the 3rd of November and to see what the elections in America, in the United States, will bring, and what will happen if the Trump loses the elections. Will the situation be like something like nothing ever happened, or what? Thank you. To go back to Bosnia and Herzegovina, you are not in the process of the accession to the EU. You are still on the sidelines, and the media freedoms are in the best situation in your country. So what's the deal there? Is this a paradox? There's no paradox regarding, this is one of many paradoxes regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina, but another unique situation is that the European Commission as well, when talking about the accession to the EU, European Commission defined the most difficult criteria to Bosnia and Herzegovina even before Bosnia and Herzegovina opened the negotiations to some other countries of the Western Balkan. They allowed to initiate this negotiation process and to meet some of the criteria during this process. However, this does not justify certain things in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What is important for us in terms of media freedoms is a legal framework and the implementation. We need some legal framework that guarantees the freedom of media and normal work or operation of the media. Were there any cases of lawsuits against the journalists? We as public service, we have some other problems as public service in Bosnia and Herzegovina. One of the major problems was the survival of the media outlet in Bosnia and Herzegovina because it's not legally resolved how people pay fees for this, for subscription. And this brought into question the existence of this media outlet itself, a public broadcasting service. Colleague Duško and other guests, we're coming to the end. We have 5 more minutes. There are 6 of you, so please take a minute for your final concluding words. This panel. Ms. Duško, Mr. Duško, please. I don't know how many colleagues talked about this, that it's what's very important. Macedonia doesn't have a problem with the support of the public. And what does this mean? What is the freedom of the media? What are the European values? And I'm looking forward. No, sorry, I'm happy that the public is very sensible towards these issues. And I will just give you one example of how important this is. Previous regime fell because of this, because there was a huge pressure from the public, from NGOs and the media and so on. They've arrived and there was an agreement with Greece, which is crazy, to change your own name and constitution because of that. And he won the presidential elections. Once again, he was supported by the public and so on. This is one argument, that the public is pretty aware in Macedonia what are European values, what the freedom of the press and the media means, and how big of a role was played by free media in Macedonia. And this is a guideline for me and a sign that we are moving in the right direction, and we'll see when truly the real reforms of the media start or initiate, then we will comment on things then, but in general, starting position is good. Yes, Northern Macedonia is seen as a positive story. Mr. Vujovic, will you conclude this discussion in your own words? I will give one sentence. I'm afraid if in a year or 5 years we're in the same system, that we will have the same problems. That's all from me. Thank you. Mr. Kmezic, your final words? I want to be an optimist, but actually I'm also afraid when I heard Mr. Duško how he sees Serbia as Macedonia. In the past, we also talked about Macedonia as it was Serbia 20 years ago. So these are circular processes. What is needed is the change of the narrative, shift of the narrative, and the institutional context. And we need a sandwich approach where the pressure on political elites will come from below, from journalists, from associations, from the public, the academia and NGOs, but also from above. And I see the role of the EU that should coordinate its actions with the media from the region, and their collaboration is mandatory so that we don't find ourselves in the same situation in 5 years. Thank you. And Mr. Perkauskas, the Union has heard what the region has to say. What do you have to say?
Thank you again. So indeed, I think we are ready to play our part in this sandwich approach and provide some pressure from the European Union. So what is already happening is Vice President Jourova, from time to time, she has conversations with ministries and ministers in the region. Then also Commissioner for Justice Didier Reynders, he is ready, for example, to go to national parliaments and talk about rule of law. And of course, at our less political level, we are ready to put in our energy and to make sure that in 5 years we are in a better situation than now.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Vujovic, I hope that when we see each other in 5 years, that we will not talk about the same things, but that Bosnia and Herzegovina will negotiate, that the situation in Serbia will be that cartoons do not offend anybody, that North Macedonia will continue on its own path, and that we will all be more satisfied and happier. Thank you for participation. This was extremely good. Thank you once again. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.
Evo, ja predlažem da krenemo.
Hello, if you don't mind, we can start. To those who have remained with us, there aren't a lot of you anymore, but for those of you who have stayed, thank you for being with us this whole day. This is the last today's panel discussion. With us, we have ladies only. Mrs. Violeta Simeonova-Stanicic, head of the European Parliament office in Croatia. Violeta, hello. Mrs. Jasna Jelisic, head of the unit from the European External Action Service. Jasna, can you see us and hear us? We can see you, but we can't hear you. We can hear you. Hello, welcome. Are you well? Yes, I am. And we have also Sanja Despot from the Factograph, fact checker portal, web portal. We will be discussing disinformation, fake news, hate speech, and infodemics. We've been hearing about these phenomena for a lot. Our discussion will be following the previous ones because disinformation definitely endangers freedom of speech. On Tuesday, we've had media literacy conference on Tuesday, organized by the European External Action Service in cooperation with stakeholders from the Western Balkans. So first question is from Mrs. Jelisic. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but in the last 5 years, EU has started dealing with this topic much more than in previous years. Is there a direct threat to the EU, and why is your team focused on Western Balkans? Due to the
because I know there is a translation for the session. I listened carefully to your previous session, and I wish we somehow merged the two because freedom of expression and freedom of media is very, very closely linked to this area of fighting disinformation. I want to say that the EU, I mean, it's an obvious thing once when we realized, and that was already 2015, that you know, the essence of democracy can be eroded and attacked by disinformation. Something had to be done, you know, the operation started in 2015 with the colleagues when the East Task Force was established, when the threat of, at the time, Russian-driven disinformation was noticed, since then the EU got engaged in many activities, and in 2018, as of 2018, we have joined EU action plan against disinformation that involved all EU bodies, but also member states. And maybe there will be an opportunity to talk about that in the future, but in the follow-up of the session. But what I want to say that is really the European Union is a union of democracies, and that is not an empty word. Democracy is a precious thing. If you have it once, it doesn't mean you will have it forever unless you maintain it and you protect it. And in that sense, the democracy had to be protected. And there are all sorts of activities within the action plan against disinformation, including also integrity of the elections that needs to be tackled. In that context, of course, the same area is important for the Western Balkans because the EU has a very concrete and clear policy for the Western Balkans, which we discussed all day today. The Western Balkan countries are in the process of accession into the EU, and as we know, democracies can join the EU. So in my view, the disinformation and info manipulation can obstruct the path of Western Balkan partners in their process of joining the EU. And for that reason, I think it also needs to be tackled. And there are ways to do it, but knowledge proved to be the best vaccine against this particular virus of disinformation.
Thank you very much. So educating about these topics is the best medicine in the fight against disinformation. Mrs. Simeonova Stanicic, disinformation is nothing new. What's new is the context. We are talking about technology, which allows you to reach globally within seconds. It seems that it is mostly used for spreading disinformation. Is it an impression or a fact? European Parliament was quite worried by monitoring situations where we've seen.
And most probably I will be more comfortable. So the European Parliament preparing for the elections, the European elections, was very closely looking into what happened on a couple of occasions, particularly with Brexit, where virtually the public opinion was swung by avalanche of misinformation and aimed disinformation. Being very conscious of that, and now witnessing the pandemic and also the avalanche of misinformation which has come together with the COVID pandemic, the European Parliament decided to form a special committee which will now in a systematic way address these issues. Because until now, generally the Parliament was addressing it in two ways. One was through budgetary support for institutions or for the tools, the platforms which will address the issue. And the second one was through political statements via resolutions and debates and hearings in the committees of the European Parliament. Such budgetary support was given to the eStratCom task force, which was set up particularly to address Russia's ongoing disinformation campaign. And you probably have heard, I haven't been today all day here, but you've probably heard in detail what it is dealing with. In terms of political opinions, resolutions addressing it, the Parliament was doing it in a concentrated way in the last 5 years, but now it decided that this disinformation has to be addressed systematically and set up a special committee which will deal with it. The committee was set up and had its first meeting in September this year. And I would like to mention to you what will be its main tasks, because it's very important to see how now the main European institution elected democratically, in which representatives, political representatives of the people sit, what are the issues which will be addressed. The committee will will analyze investigations which are showing how electoral rules have been breached and circumvented in different countries. It will examine national legislation on political funding. It will suggest rules to force social media companies to clearly label posts aimed to undermine democratic processes and spread hate speech. We'll explore how responsibility for countering foreign interference in the democratic process can be extended to the private sector, particularly social media and tech companies. We'll suggest further on coordinated action on European level against hybrid threats targeting, among others, lawmakers, journalists, and political parties. We'll counter information campaigns by malign third countries. A natural example of that is Russia, aimed at fostering discord in the European Union. And it's important to mention that the chair of the committee elected is Raphael Gluckman, a socialist from France, but there are two representatives from Croatia who are sitting on this committee, Sunčana Glavak and Tunino Picula. Even in April of this year, the European Parliament adopted immediately a resolution on various measures to respond to the challenges presented by the COVID outbreak. And this resolution also addressed the wave of disinformation which has surrounded this challenge, this issue facing not only the European Union, but the entire world.
We've heard what the European institutions are doing regarding this problem, where they have recognized disinformation as a threat, not only to democratic societies, but democracy in general. We all know what factograph is, Mrs. Despot, but young students of journalism and politology are also present here today, so I would like to ask you to present in short what you do. We are happy to hear that these students are here today, because last year there was a seminar from research journalism at the Faculty of Journalism. They could take this seminar, they could do their practical part of the seminar at Factograph. I just remember this fact. So in short, Factograph was founded in 2015. Basic idea was to fact check politicians' statements and statements from other important public persons, and to write analysis and texts explaining the reality. Also to monitor whether pre-election promises were fulfilled or not. In 2015, before parliamentary elections here in Croatia, we focused on politicians, their pre-election campaigns, but then we also had re-elections again in 2016. So in these first few years, we mostly focused on politicians' work, their statements, their false promises. And 2016 was quite an interesting year, politically speaking. So we mostly dealt with that. But as we've heard from Mrs. Stanicic, in the meantime, we've had Brexit, we've had US elections where Trump won, and this awareness was formed, that social networks, different portals, they have kidnapped democracy. It sounds pathetic, but it's funny that two kids from Macedonia can manage to create so much damage to the American Democratic leading candidacy for president. This didn't look fine in any way. Then these fact-checking journalism organization developed globally, either as separate organizations or in leading world agencies like AP, Reuters, and others. They were leading global newspapers like the Washington Post and Le Monde. They also started fact-checking. And before European elections, the last one for European Parliament on European level, awareness was developed that we could have a similar situation like the one in the UK for Brexit. So we've started connecting different fact-checking organizations. So we have an international network for fact-checking. We've organized ourselves on the European level, and we monitored disinformation in this area before the election. And before European election, we've had that fire at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. And within hours, disinformation started. It was caused by Muslims. Somebody was seen on the roof of the cathedral and so on. So we tried to fact check and issue denial of these disinformation which were spread on the internet. But we are not talking about those two students that were mentioned. We were noticed by Facebook at one point, considering social networks, according to the European Commission, they need to explain everything that was done bad up until that point. So, because up until 2 years, Facebook and Google, they were saying that they were only mediators, but now they've become more serious. They become cooperating. They started cooperating with journalist organizations such as ours. So last spring, we became present on Facebook, and since then we've attracted many haters.
The question is how to recognize this information. Do you classify them? And what are your methods in the fight against disinformation? I don't know if you ask me about our everyday work or among other things, yes. You gave the example of the cathedral and the fire at the cathedral. How did you start with that? Well, there are certain tools. I don't know. I don't want to bore people with details. There's a crowd angle service owned by Facebook now. It was bought by Facebook. And there you can see what is trending. For example, in Croatia, what is mostly shared, what is becoming rich. And this is one of the alarms that makes us pay attention. It doesn't mean that these are only fake news. If there's a very good comment from some journalist or portal, or if there are some good reactions, we do not focus on that. But when we started working on European elections, there were a lot of stories about migrants, a lot of fake videos, a lot of fake information, so that this story was a bit weird from the start. So we wanted to check it. Corona occupied all the topics. It gave us a lot of work, and it's ongoing. So far, we've written almost 200 articles in which we explained why some information is not true. So we'll see how long this is going to happen. So you're guided by your experience. Yes. I think it's the matter of, actually, we have to start from the basis. We need some education, some journalistic and investigative knowledge. We need to be familiar with the sources. We need to know what relevant sources are, what is suspicious. Of course, there are a lot of fields about which we know nothing, but we are familiar with the experts and where to find them, which scientific journals are reliable and credible. And in these corona times, all this disinformation is global. So if something appears in the US, very soon, within a day or two, also appears in our media space, in Croatia and the region. So, and I think by that time, some foreign media has checked already 60 or 70% of the things that reach us have already been solved. Thank you. Ms. Jelisic, what are the key patterns of disinformation in the Western Balkans, and what proved to be an effective way in fighting disinformation and manipulation?
Audience. The Western Balkans is following these global trends. Your interlocutor already hinted that there is the situation in which the stories that appear in the Western Balkans already appeared somewhere globally, and in that sense, this is really what is happening in the Western Balkans. And also, what is a feature is that there is a complex interplay between domestic and foreign players. So sometimes something you cannot read, because the people who go into disinformation and info operations are usually very good in finding the most influential local interlocutors to pass the message. So this is also a feature. What also is characteristic is that this attempt to influence local information environment is there, but its success depends on the openness of the local information environment to these messages. And then a situation varies from one country to another. In some areas, we have a local information environment that is very much open to these narratives on 5G, anti-vaccines, and all of these, what we saw during COVID and before and some others. EU is falling apart. EU shows lack of solidarity towards the member states. All of these kind of narratives that are pushed across the globe, but they don't catch the ground everywhere equally. But they stick where the local information environment is receptive to it. So what proved to be working in the EU member states and everywhere is basically what the colleagues just described, which is this local fact-checking, and this is very important within the EU, and it's also exceptionally important in the Western Balkans. And we have to recognize this good trend that there are Western Balkan civil society organizations and fact checkers that very quickly gather this expertise. Many of them managed to acquire these highest international standards in fact checking. They also, during COVID, managed to build these regional networks because of the language. This information flew very quickly. It was very important to collaborate across the borders, and they established this C-Check, Southeast Europe fact-checking organization, and Factograph was a part of that, and that proved to be very, very good. So this local debunking is very important, this local awareness raising, but also resilience building. And what also proves to be very good and helpful in building this local resilience to this information is of course, is very linked to your previous topic, which is related to the existence of professional media, of well-functioning public service media. In the member states when we have credible public service media, it is much easier to deal with this information. So there is a combination of different things. What is needed is really, this is a complex problem. Civil society cannot do it alone. The EU cannot do it alone, or the governments cannot do it alone. I think a joint action is needed, whole of a society and whole of a government approach. And that usually proves to be working well. And that is something where good lessons from the member states also could be passed to the Western Balkans. And also this kind of shared responsibility. Of course, functioning of the platforms is very important, and the EU is very much engaged in monitoring the functioning of the platforms. There is a code of conduct of platforms that is run by the Commission. There is a discussion about the Digital Single Market Act, maybe towards the end of the year, that might further regulate the platforms. It is a very complex issue that really requires all of us. We all have a role to play. We all can be the actors that can stop the distribution of this information by simply choosing not to share something, or to be critical about what we receive, or just not thinking, and basically educating our citizens, because if something looks logical to us, doesn't mean that it's true. And this is important that our people also in the Western Balkans need to know, because people who work in this information field, they precisely go for that. They try to find a piece of information that will fits into your existing cognitive framework, and they know what the cognitive framework is because they have an insight into your digital footprint. And this is something that that we need to discuss in the region, but also within the EU, and European External Action Service has been very, very much involved in this area.
Thank you. You partly answered the next question, but the question is for everyone here. How is it possible for disinformation to spread so quickly in our Western democratic societies? How is this possible with all the education, open media? What's missing? I don't know if I may start. Well, disinformation mostly target emotions, serious texts, serious approaches, target ratio and logic, and they're not as receptive as emotions. When it comes to migrants, they are targeting the emotion of fear. When people feel threatened, before Corona crisis, for example, the majority of disinformation was spread at the end of March or in early April, because the ones who participated were not only the bad guys, but all the citizens as well, because we didn't know anything about the disease, we didn't know anything about the consequences, about medications, and people were prone to sharing everything that they thought could help, but actually they did not. And that marked late March and early April. And little by little, big players connected all the existing theories. For example, theories of the dangers of 5G. They connected with coronavirus. They said where 5G networks have already been established, the coronavirus spread is easier, and so on. And they also connected this with anti-vaccination movement, even before we had any vaccine for COVID. And so this was very good for anti-vaccine movements. And then all this became part of theories on dark elites that want to rule the world, and Corona is the way for them to actually rule the world. And when Corona started, the text that was published on Factograph was sometime in late March, when there was a story on Facebook and other portals that common people are scared with Corona, and the American army is being deployed to Europe. And with every good disinformation, it was half true and half not. There was a NATO practice, military practice, that was supposed to take place at that time, and some tanks were deployed in Europe, but this operation was stopped, and it did not take place in the scope in which it was meant to be. And at the time, we did not detect the mass spread of corona through the US. We knew about China and some parts of Europe, and then it was detected in northern US. And there was some fake news that the Americans patented this because they were immune to it and so on. And while citizens are living in fear, you're actually explaining what's happening in the background. Ms. Stanisic, what do you think? Why is this happening in open Western societies, advanced societies? Or why does it spread equally in these countries the same as in less developed ones?
Itself, our, let's say, openness, freedom of speech, progressive, if you want, liberal values, which allow, among the expression of free speech and differences of opinion, also to be able to introduce a lot of malintended informations and to try to influence indeed the democratic process. And the second reason is, of course, the unbelievable advancement of technologies, which in 2016 made us a very easy prey to influencing indeed the public opinion. The advancement of technologies makes it very easy to create from fake accounts and bot-operated accounts which swing and transfer, retweet opinions which appear like a growth of natural, authentic opinion, but at the end of the day it turns out to be a controlled information campaign intended at achieving certain, let's say, political results. The good news among this is that as much as technologies and advancement of technologies enables those with with bad intentions to introduce further their campaigns, it also leaves traces. And we are able to follow up in a way now, being more kind of informed and prepared to identify rather quickly what is going on, and once it is identified, to become more aware and to try to respond in terms of shaping the public opinion through information, through addressing these issues about what's happening. If we are in a way caught by big surprise by what happened in Brexit, even if we watched the American elections in a way with misbelief of how much indeed public opinion in a major Western democracy can be influenced through campaign done mostly in Twitter or mostly in social media, but obviously influenced virtually from forces from third countries or from outside. And then particularly watching how data abuse by Cambridge Analytica and likewise virtually shattered in a way traditional democracy and freedom of speech. We were first country by country, including France, and processes followed during the French elections. And then by being more prepared, including for the European elections, it became obvious that advancement of technologies can also be used to follow these processes and to be able to identify where there is an organized effort to, in a way, indeed stall the democratic process. Post-truth, if you remember, was the word of 2016. And then fake news was designated as the word of 2017. We are in an era in which indeed Western democracy is threatened in a philosophically different way from what happened during the Cold War. Because during the Cold War, if you remember, it was comparison between the systems, or critiquing the other, the opponent system, and trying to present in what way your system is better as compared to the other one. Obviously, I'm not revealing a major truth here, but it is obvious that now the nature, the heart of the democracy is attacked by creating doubt in it. That democratic values, European values, are obsolete, or they don't function, or they're not good for the European citizen. This is how the issues of migration and of those coming to take over the European societies are more or less projected. A major value like solidarity is put under question mark through this type of campaign. So you, if you think about it, you will immediately see through many examples in everyday life how it is not that our way of life is attacked by saying it is not good, it is attacked through democracy does not function. It is chaotic. It does not provide results. Rules and regulations functioning in the European countries, let's say, are ridiculous and create some kind of, if the word is not chaos, but sometimes ridiculous situation. And speaking of that, Rima knows I have one favorite example, with which we can touch also the issue of Euromyths, because Euromyths are a very important weapon also in the war of disinformation. And Euromyths did not end up only when a number of countries were applying for the European Union, where there were stories told about what will happen once you enter the European Union. Euromyths are alive and well, they have upgraded, of course, and are again used to ridicule and make the way the European Union, its values, rules function, to make them look from obsolete to unneeded. So this is the story, the example and the famous story of the cow Penka. Penka became internationally well known, and she caused number of, probably more than hundreds articles, a number of petitions, including reaching out to Asian countries such as Vietnam, India, and Thailand. And Penka was a Bulgarian cow, which in 2018, while trying the pastures in the Bulgarian border, somewhere in the northwest part of Bulgaria, wandered into Serbia. And upon returning back, Penka was stopped by the border patrols, whatever, the forces, was arrested, the cow, which means that Penka was detained. And this was interpreted first with a sense of humor through Bulgarian media, then it was picked up by Agence France Presse, which then more or less was picked up by international news. And the Euromyth created was that European rules make innocent Bulgarian cow to be slaughtered because of rules stating that upon entrance the European Union, animals and this and that. The truth is, and in COVID era we realize why actually it is so important, is that animal coming from a country not member of the European Union should have been checked for dangerous diseases and put in quarantine, which happened to Penka. But the Euromyth that innocent cows are slaughtered upon entering the European Union because of some ridiculous rules was distributed around the world and caused petitions for saving Penka to be signed by hundreds and thousands in India, Vietnam, and Thailand. It's a funny example, but in a way it gives you a clear, more or less funny picture of how Euromyths could be created from a small single case where indeed the European rules should be followed by the book. Because now living in COVID era, we do understand, and knowing that certain interpretations how the COVID virus might have started from bats and drops on meat or something like this, I kind of, me myself as a person, I understand why rules that animals should be slaughtered in well maintained, clean spaces with roofs and terracotta tiles, etc., etc. I personally now tend to understand why it is so important. It is not because we are short-sighted or idiots or we want to make farmers or producers suffer, but because obviously specialists have put a lot of sense into those rules and regulations.
Hvala lijepa.
Thank you very much. Some disinformation campaigns, they influence either political decisions or democratic elections. But what is the logic behind campaigns such as, recimo, for example, these campaigns for saving cows? What is the logic behind such campaigns? If you disregard the economic reasons, which are the main ones, I mentioned Macedonia. In the Balkans, if you go further south, young people don't have jobs, so they establish news portals in order to earn money through Google ads. We have a lot of examples even here. We've had, when we started working, some of these portals, news portals, which got a lot of money from the EU financed project through our Ministry of Culture. They published news which were fake, and we marked them as spreaders of fake news. First, they use political channels to try and influence us. They weren't successful. Then they asked us, can we have a workshop for them where they will be able to learn what is good journalism? We responded that there is something called profession called journalism and editorial politics, and that they shouldn't have a news portal if they don't know how to write news, how to check news, whether they are fake or not. And then it turned out that this portal was only one of the jobs they had. So this is a side business usually, because it's either a job where they want to earn through Google ads, or they don't simply care about the content they publish. And once you lose your criteria, you simply don't have any limits.
The infodemic, which also is happening parallel with the pandemic, which we're witnessing in a way, is, have you noticed, it aims to undermine the concept of truth and expertise. It aims virtually to undermine that they are educated, specialized experts who know better and can give you a solid, sound advice and recommendation of what the society should do in an organized way. More or less, that's the purpose of, and if you think about it, that's the same purpose with politically aimed campaigns. It aims to undermine the structure of organized, socially sound society in which experts or fairly elected people more or less give the direction, are the decision makers. In a way, it wants to create chaos and certain anarchy, in which, if you've noticed, actually, there are a lot of journalists here, and I really, really feel for you, because journalism, in a way, is becoming a dying art because of lack of money, funding, income from advertising. Journalism has to be supported, I think, in an organized way by national governments, by the European Union as well, because there is a major threat if we continue in these directions, in which person putting his opinion on Twitter or on social media is valued as much as article well-researched, professionally written by a professional journalist with experience who follows the rules of profession, fact-checking different opinions, giving space to all sides. So there is a major threat to society, I think, if this difference is not maintained and if we don't support professional journalism.
Da, mi smo se nedavno vratili iz Fažane gdje smo imali...
Recently, we returned from Fajana, where we had a similar panel discussion about disinformation. We've had a journalist there from the Western Balkan countries, and one journalist asked, she was actually quite angry that fact checkers take all the financial means from the EU, and in her opinion, this model simply closes this vicious circle. So the sources creating disinformation will continue to create such disinformation, and fact checkers will continue to debunk them. And she thinks that this support should be directed towards the media. Your thoughts, Mrs. Jelicic? I am sorry, we forgot about you a little bit.
I enjoyed your discussion. I will try to address. I really like the angle that this discussion is taking now. I know there's a fear that it's becoming a bit of intellectual discussion, but it's very important. A good journalism costs money. And I have been concerned for years, you know, when people lost the habit of paying for a service to get informed, thanks to the existence of social media. And this is a trend that has been going on for a long time. The space for financing professional media is getting narrower. Either the media, there are attempts to control them by the political elite or financial elite or the big companies. So there are very limited resources for the financing of professional media. But at the same time, also, it seems to be that the demand was shrinking because the population also kind of learned, okay, I'm going to get informed via my Facebook feed or my Twitter feed or my Instagram feed or any other social media. And this is why I keep talking, kind of insisting on this education. We need to educate our citizens that unless they are paying for something, it's very likely that they're a product, that somebody is buying their attention for something. And this is precisely what is happening with the social media. You have the best and the brightest engineers in the Silicon Valley and in different areas who are trying to hack your brain and to keep you glued on your screen. And the business model is as such, whoever pays will get your attention on the basis of your previous beliefs. And this is really something that, this is why I say there is no, I am also aware of this tension between fact checkers and journalists. I used to be a journalist myself. And in the previous century, when I was practicing it, fact checking was done in newsrooms. But we all know this is not the case anymore, and hence the need for fact-checking organizations. But I think the solution is collaboration between all of them, you know, supporting quality media that is absolutely essential and that is needed, but also supporting fact-checking organizations, involving academia in all of this, and opening public debates, reviving the role of the public service media, reviving the trust in media. And we have new generations of youth who don't even know what real journalism is, who haven't even witnessed professional journalism because since they were born, they're on the different tweets and feeds. You know, since you have students there, I mean, journalism is collecting information ethically and distributing them in public interest. Unless you don't fulfill that criteria, if you're distributing information for private or political, you are getting out of the scope of journalism. That's not journalism anymore. But I think, you know, back to your original question, it is really, you know, we taught, you know, media freedom, we got media freedom. Again, one of those things that should not be taken for granted. You cannot have it once and for all. You have to keep protecting it. The same goes for democracy and everything else. So absolutely joint effort reviving the role of professional media, working on the demand of the people for professional media and getting quality information. If you know how it is, when there is a strong demand supply will follow, and I firmly believe in that. But at this moment, we really need to secure, and especially during COVID, we saw also in the region, it was absolutely essential to provide critical support for a handful of professional media to survive. I mean, they had problems with the financing before COVID, but during the COVID, it became incredibly difficult.
Hvala lijepa, imate pravo, evo sad
Thank you very much. You're right. Now you open the issue of different generations, because the older generation listens to the TV news and reads newspaper, but young people are even proud to say, I never saw the central informative news or broadcast. I learn everything from the social networks. This is truly dangerous for all future generations. First, I'd like to comment on your previous question and on what has been said, and said that I don't believe in this division into fact-checking and journalism, because, of course, fact-checkers don't have to be journalists, but very often it happens that these are scientists or experts from a certain area, and they actually don't manage to synthesize their thoughts in a way that other common citizens can read easily. And this is a real issue. And the basis of fact-checking is actually the basis of journalism. They need to check and verify each fact and write it in an understandable way. I don't believe in this division, sorry. And I think fact-checking is more limited than journalism in all its forms. But I don't believe that people, this is something that we experience through practice. We were all journalists. Some have more years of experience, some less, but we're all journalists, and we do not see our job as different from what we did before. Okay, the form may be different. And what you said regarding social networks, absolutely. I think this is how the problem was created, and this is how it emerged. There were some editorial policies in the media. I'm not talking about censorship and political ideas, external political ideas, but I'm talking about responsibility and what we mentioned before, democracy, and we're now talking about journalism. I think responsibility is the key word here. And these young people who gather all information from social networks, and I know this is what my children do as well, they actually don't even have the concept of this more serious journalism as we did. They never saw any of these media outlets that we did when we were kids. And of course, we cannot expect them to be interested in such broadcasters and news media. What we need to do is how to make information reach them. And we need them use the same weapons against them. We need to find a way for them to get the right information. And when we talk about responsibility, there is no responsibility. We talked about democracy, and this morning there was news that President Trump said that he had COVID, that he was infected, as well as his wife Melania, and majority of people asked themselves if he lied about so many things. How can we now believe that he truly got infected with coronavirus? Is this pre-electoral fake news? So if somebody from a developed democracy doesn't understand the responsibility they have, how can we expect some blogs to behave in a better way. We received some questions in the meantime for our panelists. So I will read the last one. These questions are very similar. Plans to fight fake news are excellent, but how can we implement them in reality? During lockdown, there was an explosion of fake news. Miss Violeta?
Standing in relation to the fight against disinformation as well. Actually, I want to be honest, I think Croatia is standing well. I'm generally positive about our experiences with fake news and disinformation, which have been rare. And very important to say, generally, the source was never the media. The media had extremely positive influence in debunking and quickly, swiftly addressing what is fake and what is virtually a lie. The source of disinformation in our experience, my personal experience here, to have to professionally address it, were mostly politicians. Some of them using occasions in which they can speak live, whether at media events or addressing audience, in which they will state certain non-truths directly. And so I want to praise our experience with Croatian media, who would either on their own initiative immediately address, virtually immediately debunk whatever was said, or very fairly will immediately report our when we address the issue and provide the correct information. Second, something we started with the answer of the previous speakers. Yes, young people in our experience do not neither read the conservative traditional media nor watch television. Young people, age 18, 16, 14, which we have to address specifically in our work because they are the first-time voters in the next elections and the future European citizens, are mostly used to be online, YouTube, watching in a certain way as a personal television, who they're following on their YouTube channels. That's the truth. Thus, we have absolutely openly moved towards trying to work with those who speak to them in their own language and on their own platforms. These are the YouTubers, the influencers, the YouTube channels, which they follow in predominant numbers. That's the truth. We are also trying to keep together with where they are and what they're following. Speaking about influencers, I don't say that we are providing luxurious lifestyle to lifestyle influencers or bloggers. We have been successful in working with bloggers and influencers who are important in terms of shaping the public opinion on serious social political issues. Not paid campaigns, but we try to bring them, to talk to them, to bring them to the institution, to introduce them to major politicians at European level, so they can get firsthand their information, and even without the obligation to ever directly write an article or a post or something like this, we are sure that we are shaping their opinion at least in a truthful, well-informed way. The second, for example, in Croatia, we worked extremely successfully with a platform for teenagers called Jumbus. I know that not many people will believe, but Jumbus, the platform of otherwise tabloid 24 hours, has been one of the most satisfying cooperation in terms of reaching out to the public of 14, 16 and trying in their way, on their platform, more or less to tell them more about the European Parliament or the European Union, and indeed important issues, freedom of travel, where to study, what is the program Erasmus, this and that, believe me, in seemingly an entertaining way. So we are trying to be up to the times and to talk to the young people on their platforms, on their channels, in their own way, because otherwise we will never get to them. Speaking of that, I have recognized in our previous speaker a lot of the concept, fantastic, very interesting concept, how all of us, we have become products ourselves and we're being sold by the social media as identified in the fantastic documentary, The Social Dilemma. I would strongly recommend that you also watch it as a food for thought.
Znači, suradnja među evropskim institucijama.
Cooperation between European institutions, fact checkers, speak to young people on social networks, their platforms, the work of fact checkers against disinformation. What else?
Professional media. I do hope that professional media evolve as well, because you cannot stay in the previous century, which is happening as far as our experience is also in Croatia, because many of them develop their online platforms as actually now they are leading channels. And I do have information, a lot of Croatian traditional media are going to move totally to being online, no paper or having online channels. So what is important, I absolutely identify that as a major concern and task for the European institutions. We should support professional journalism and media as really our main ally in working against disinformation.
Gospođo Jelišić, nismo se do...
Ms. Jelišić, we didn't talk about legal framework. Do we truly need to adopt some regulation to bring social platforms to the same level and to have them face the same responsibility as professional media?
Ne znam, jesmo izgubili gospođu Jelišić.
I don't know whether we've lost Mrs. Jeličić in the meantime. I will repeat the question. Mrs. Jeličić, are you still here with us?
I haven't heard anything, but I would really like to emphasize there is no single bullet for this issue, in my view. Disinformation cannot be stopped. The only way to deal with it is to build resilience to it. The nature of the 21st century and the information environment in the 21st century is as such that at the moment we cannot stop the disinformation flow. But building this resilience among the citizens to it is the way to go. And the way to build resilience is what mentioned, and I think we mentioned a couple of times. Keep monitoring and understanding what is happening, supporting quality journalism, supporting this exposing, opening of public debate on this issue, investing in media literacy and digital literacy, putting that as an integral part of our education system, so the youth and the new generations are aware of it, but also having programs for adults and also senior people, because they also tend to be quite naive when it comes to the content that they keep receiving via different chat platforms and also social media platforms, because they tend to trust media. So all of these things are important. Also, artificial intelligence is developing. We are entering the area in which we should trick our brain or tell our brain not to trust our very own eyes, because this whole info manipulation industry is now getting into artificial intelligence, where the content the human eye would not be able to notice, and it's already not possible to notice in some of these experiments that something is produced by artificial intelligence. So these are all areas that, you know, being a citizen also holds a responsibility. We need to be responsible also. How do we select the information? How do we consume information? This comes with the time we live in. I think the EU is considering areas that will tackle the functioning of the platforms. It is not possible to say that at the moment. It's too early to say in which way, but obviously there were a lot of criticism that the code of conduct allowed the situation in which My phone is ringing. The situation in which the social media platforms were marking their own homework within the code of conduct. And maybe now there are ways to address. In the meantime, yes, Facebook even allowed 4 Western Balkans fact-checking organizations to join the third-party platform and help cleaning Facebook in the Western Balkans of this manipulative content. But maybe something in form of regulation is coming. Democracy action plan is coming, which will go broader into the issue of foreign interference. This digital single market plan, there is also media action plan that is in the pipeline. I think we will have quite a few good policy documents by the end of the year that will give us tools to handle this issue from the EU side. But of course, collaboration with the member states and with civil society remains crucial, because, and also with the partners in the Western Balkans, that's also. And as well as the newly established European Parliament Committee on Foreign Interference that will look into the whole issue of because this is also part of the hybrid influence operation. Disinformation is just one aspect, maybe the most visible one. But opening this, making this, entering the public debate via social media and via traditional media is the way to go. I honestly do not see how that can be stopped.
Da, znači svakako nije niko.
Yes, definitely nobody expected that with the digital technologies coming that we will have such a problem. It seems that this trend of disinformation, they are 2 steps ahead of us. So I hope that we will catch up. And now we will only hear final words, Mrs. Despot. I hope that your hopes will be realized. I think we've managed to cover a lot of it. What's still a problem? We've heard Social Dilemma documentary. The problem is that we don't have the whole picture. We live in our own bubbles, and social networks give us what they recognize will be important to us, what they think we will like. I think we would need to have a forum that were filtrated by newsrooms in the past, places where we can have all the different opinions in one place to see what's actually ridiculous. We don't have this hierarchy anymore. We need to find a middle ground that we will once again see things within their own contexts.
We were very cautious before the European elections, let's say, because there were expectations, for example, that nationalistic, populist, ultra-right wave somehow will rise up in Europe, and we will face major political turbulence, if you want, in the European Parliament afterwards. It didn't happen because European voters, as a matter of fact, that was one of the main reasons for the unprecedented increase in voter turnout. European voters felt, understood that threat and showed up at the election booth exactly as kind of firm confirmation that they want to strengthen European democracy, let's say. Somehow, I think the same process probably will happen when we are now in an organized way addressing the issue of disinformation and how dangerous it is for the material of the democracy in our society. I think, yes, with all of these measures we have already named, the European Parliament is going to address more or less in a political way the issue. The European Commission is going to follow through with specific measures, and then national governments are going to adopt them. But also through our organized effort to support free and professional media, to educate young people and future voters to recognize, to know what is disinformation, how dangerous it is. Actually, I think, as a matter of fact, we might achieve the same result as with the European elections, when democratic society showed that it wants to stand up to populist, ultra-nationalist and right voters who want, for example, to put a mine in the heart of European democracy. So hopefully we're going to have the same kind of healthy reaction of our more or less mature democratic societies. I'm speaking about the European Union per se, not only for the new member countries.
Gospođo Jelišić, jel se slažete sa gospođom Violetom?
The challenge, I think it's a definition of the challenge. In the 20th century, the challenge was in so many parts of the world to find the information. People were risking their lives to have a satellite dish or to hide somewhere and listen to the radio. It was so difficult to get the information. Now there is abundance of information and disinformation, and there is a competition for attention. And because of this abundance of information, people don't have time to think. So I think equally important is also finding time to think what kind of content we are getting and why. It's on social media or traditional media, because the info manipulation is also happening via traditional media. It's not only via social media. So this is the challenge. I think this comes with being a citizen of democracy. It requires active citizenship of all of us, and all of us doing our part in dealing with this issue and tackling this challenge. Absolutely support to quality media, support to media literacy and digital literacy, and the EU will definitely keep working on this, and in collaboration with the member states and also with the partners in the Western Balkans. And maybe just before we end, I also just want to thank the representation for organizing the discussion. I think it's immensely important to have these discussions on the EU policies, EU policy of enlargement, and it's something that we don't have very often in the EU member states. That is very much needed, because this policy is also sometimes a subject of disinformation in the EU member states and requires us to talk about it factually and accurately. And I want to thank you, and also for giving us the opportunity, as from the European External Action Service, to share with you our understanding of this issue. Thanks.
Hvala vama.
Thank you to you, and we will definitely continue with such panel discussions in the future, and we will ask you to join us. With this, I would like to conclude our today's panel discussion. Thank you, Mrs. Jeličić. Thank you, Mrs. Despot. Thank you, Violeta. And thank you to our participants for remaining here with us.